Burgers and fries test stream number 3. I'm opening up for everybody. Hello, hello. It's gonna be open stream for everybody. Please. Bingo, bingo. 1, 2, 3. Let's see what kind of monkey shit we gonna pull out. Oh yeah, pull out of our ass. Fucking ass. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 1, 2, 3. Gonna kiss your ass, motherfucker. Oh yeah. Bingo. Open stream now is open for everybody from the IRC channel of Burgers and Fries from 8chan. Everybody, anybody. Gonna be long on this one. Oh yeah. Waiting anybody coming on. Okay. I'm gonna go find some people. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy shit. And I don't know. UWM8. You what, mate? Okay, that is funny. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Could somebody please get on because I want to test out. Really. Somebody send in the WebM. I'm gonna look at this. Fuck. Okay, waiting for more people. Listen and believe. Well, listen and not believe, motherfucker. Huh. I'm gonna invite Oz and Bento if they're here. Oh, shit. Damn it. It's gonna be public. What the fuck is happening? Damn it. Shit. Anybody here? Anybody here? Tap, tap. Anybody here? Okay. This shit is gonna get really hard. Because my fucking... Oh, crap. I'm gonna be opening the goddamn... Opening the goddamn windows. Whoops, way too loud. Yeah. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing stream, testing stream. Okay, I'm gonna be open up for everybody. Anybody who wanna come in, I'm gonna be getting in. Looks like the new event. Drinky Craw Keck. Wonder how many lefties will get red pill seeing the thing going on with GG. As an open stream, people. Dang. Go for it. Okay, I'm gonna go find Niski. Starting a new. I'm gonna be starting this stream, so anybody can come in at will. I'm okay with that. How many leftists will get red pills seeing the same thing happening on with GG? Well, basically everybody, because if it's around the world, holy shit, man. Okay. Oh, fuck myself. Damn. This is the third showdown. The throwdown. Hell, it gets loaded. It's gonna go. Urban Dictionary. That's not mud. Oh, oh, damn. Waiting. I'm gonna go find Niski. Fuck. Niski. Bingo. Mark 7. Okay. Oh. What? Why? Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, somebody's watching. Okay. Is that Niski? Install plugin, but it still tries to claim it's not installed. God damn it. And reinstall. It has to be. Hold on. Okay. Good. Nice. OpenGL. Dinky Craw. Mind if you come in? Okay.
honestly.
Oh, bingo. What's up? Wow, you got a really good pick up there. Hello? Hello, Niski? Ah? Hello? Oh, you're messing with your mic. Okay, try to say anything. I really want to test this out because if it's okay, then I really want to start this stream for talking about anything because I really want to try to understand Gamergate from like directly from people talking to me. You know, if I ask you about Gamergate, how would you tell this to me? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, there's something wrong. I can't
Yeah,
hear you
sorry
so
about your mic.
far.
Hmm? Excuse me? Excuse me? Oh, your mic? Sorry about that. Oh, I can hear you again. Yeah, I can hear your mic slapping around, but not your voice.
Hold on, there's a technical problem. I can't
Yeah. Sorry about the technical problem,
hear
man.
you over
Hmm.
what was it? Over the
How would you
actual
tell?
chat.
Yeah. How would you tell me about Gamergate? Assuming that I'm a nobody.
I'm
I'm feeling.
listening to you over the actual stream on the YouTube page.
You're actually listening on the stream on the
Not
YouTube
on
page.
the chat thing.
Oh. The Google. Are you in Google Hangouts or in YouTube? Because it's better for you to open one and close the other. If you're using this chat right now, you should close the YouTube. It's gonna be create a little something very weird, interference. I'm talking about this, if you open YouTube and Hangouts at the same time, it's gonna break. It might break. Okay. Somebody called in. Let's see. Oh, bingo.
Yeah, there's a
Oh, somebody's on Google. Well, Niski, maybe me and you can have like a start a talk, assuming I want to learn about Gamergate. Okay, I
I
know.
closed the YouTube
Hmm?
video, but I
Yeah,
still cannot hear you.
yeah, no, there's a lot of videos, but let's assume we're learning 101 style, basically. Basically, I heard that Anita Sarkeesian and I heard that there's a lot of corruption in money, right? I heard that there are corruption in money and corruption in sex. I know that, Zoe Queen had sex with 5 guys, but, that's not the whole story. There's a lot more corruption than sex. So I understand that, but, basically that is not just the thing. There's also, a bunch of feminists going crazy, right? Hello?
Okay? Can you say something now?
Yeah. What kind of stuff I'm saying about? I'm saying that it's first started when when Zoe Quinn started to do her stuff, right? Or it's earlier.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Uh, so
They're starting giving money to each other and stuff like that. They say the people say that gaming's journalism doesn't matter. Why? And how would you tell them to that? How do we tell it to them?
it's not that the game journalism itself matters that much, but
Hmm.
the way I see it is that there is a much bigger discussion going on right now
Yep.
with the entire media period being
Uh huh.
rather corrupt and useless. Uh,
Oh.
the internet part of it mostly concentrates on clickbait journalism, and
Uh huh.
well,
Yeah.
there
Click.
is very little actual journalism happening right now.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of, they sell commercials by doing crazy stuff. It happens all the time. I mean, in modern time, there's this new kind of journalism where people trying to write articles to sell a product, like selling cigarettes by writing an article about how cigarette being controversial is not gonna hurt anybody. I know that kind of thing. I heard this kind of thing before. In
So
fact, in fact, being a Hong Konger living in Hong Kong, the communists always make this kind of journalism. They create these kind of things to sell their agenda. The communists do the same that kind of thing too. You know.
yeah, it's probably not in any way restricted or limited to the Western world right now.
Yeah. You know, the Western world, if they continue like that, then journalism will be destroyed in general.
Yeah.
The media will be destroyed in general because after you can do it with feminism, you can basically do it with anything. You can do terrorism. You can do, communism. It's just like our country. Everything can be messed up if you can do something like that. It's unfair. So I heard that there's something in the VGAs, right?
The what now?
The VGAs or award show or something, right? There's something
Ah,
happening.
yeah, I'm not really up to date on that. I just heard that.
Yeah. Because
Was it?
because I'm not a gamer myself, but I do support GamerGate because I feel your feels. I know how GamerGate, the people from GamerGate are suffering because of feminism. Because the communists do the same thing as to us. It's very unfair.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I
Mhm.
don't really, like I said, I don't really see it as a video game centered problem as
Uh-huh.
much as a more general
Without
problem
problem.
that
Yeah.
journalism has become completely unuseful for the purpose of, well,
Hmm.
of its, well, what I see at least as its main purpose, which is upkeeping uh, the population's um, ideas and, well, not ideas, but keeping population up to date with facts and with a certain level of awareness of what is going on beyond
Hmm.
mere
Yep.
low level facts.
Yeah.
That is what I see as the main purpose of journalism, and as it stands, journalism period does not accomplish that at all.
Oh,
Uh, what we see
journalism.
in what we see in games
Journalism.
journalism is merely a microcosm of that failure.
Uh, how would you? How? Let's just say for a moment that you are a feminist. What kind of arguments would they use against GamerGate? Because I want to
Uh,
listen how what kind of arguments do they use so that I can compare it with my personal experience of how communists use their arguments. I really want to compare that. Let's
see,
assume you're let's
yeah,
assume you're a feminist and use the arguments that you heard from feminists and tell it to me.
see,
That
that's the problem. I really don't see feminists as some kind of a singular unified block here at all. It's
there are multiple blocks. You only got like a few blocks. You got women that support men and women that are against men. So it's basically two blocks in one. Let's
well,
assume you're the feminazis. Let's assume
okay.
you're the feminazis who really, really, really hates men for no reason, and not the other side where you're trying to be Christina Hop Summer. You're trying to be Anita Sarkeesian herself. So tell me some of the arguments that Anita
See,
Sarkeesian has said.
yeah, see, that's the problem. They don't make any coherent arguments themselves. They concentrate on moving the goalposts and making the argument about something completely
Yeah,
else.
that kind of goalpost move thing. The communists do that the same as well because I know it. The communists do the same. They do the same a lot.
See, like when we try to mention that, well, it's a classical joke about it's about ethics in games journalism. But when we mention that the argument or quote unquote argument that we get is that somehow it's
Hmm.
about harassment of women, which is
Yeah.
something I don't really get because
It
I
is
at
about the
least haven't
harassment
had
of
any.
women because they say that gaming are biased. But I would tell them that gaming is not biased. In me living in Hong Kong, they say that democracy is not democracy at all. They say democracy is actually, American imperialism. When Hong Kong were, wanting to have a democracy of referendum, and people protest, the governments say that we're not about democracy at all. We're anti-democracy and pro-imperialism, pro-American imperialism that want America to destroy Hong Kong. So that kind of goalpost moving, it's very, it's very common within politics.
Yeah, it's really problematic. Yeah, I went again and used that fucking word
Yeah.
problematic, but
Yeah, this is
at
not some
least
kind of
find it.
personal problem. Every communist, every anti-man, crazy people, they all use this kind of argument. It doesn't make any sense. So
But
not
it
just
really,
goal posting. They also say that they say that you know women always get hurt in society, so they try to change society. You know, before feminism come into the society, the society functioned very well, but the feminists saying that the society is being wrong. So they want to change society from good to bad to suit their needs. Is that right?
yes, partially at least that is, well,
Mm-hmm.
correct in what they are trying to do. I don't find it really correct in the absolute sense.
Uh-huh.
But what really bothers me about this is, well, uh, there is a certain level of corruption of language itself. We can no
Yeah.
longer speak about any real matter uh, concerning, well, basically anything without
Uh-huh.
it turning into this slugfest over what words themselves mean,
Uh-huh.
which sort of prevents us from, well, actually addressing any of the real problems that underlie the discussions that we have.
Mm-hmm.
So that whenever we talk about matters, we
Yeah.
interject these worthless ideological bullshit terms like, well, sorry, I can't think of a good example right now, but
Yeah. Okay.
always seems to turn into talk about democracy, for
Yeah.
example. But what the fuck does democracy mean exactly?
Yeah, to them,
For
democracy
instance,
means
yeah,
to the communists. They say that democracy it's basically if the government can control can control how the government is formed, like like a voting system where only 1,200 people vote to determine the PM, the prime minister, or in Hong Kong we call it chief executive. When that happens, that's unfair, right?
yeah,
Everybody vote for 1,200 people, which vote for one person. But the voting system itself is flawed because these 1,200 people has a special rule. 300 of them have to have government positions to vote. 300 of them has to be part of the government. That means anybody that is not part of the government cannot vote for these 300 people. And then you also got the other three groups. One group needs that you need to be the boss of company to vote, and then the other two you're allowed to vote. So you're allowed to vote for one half of every single seat. You're allowed to vote for half of the 1,200 seats to do what they want. It's unfair. If I want to vote for somebody, I want to vote for all 1,200 people. I don't want to vote for only half of that because that means the rich people has more control than I do.
uh, uh, how familiar are you with Western systems of?
Huh?
How familiar are you with Western systems of so-called democracy or representative democracy?
Yeah. Yeah. In the West, they call it representative democracy, but in Hong Kong, it's rigged. Rich people
It's
can control.
yeah. That's what I wanted to say. That it's equally rigged here,
Uh-huh.
but it's rigged in different ways that
Yeah,
yours.
I know. It's called in America. It's called gerrymandering. In Hong Kong, it's called vote redistribution.
It's not merely gerrymandering. There is a greater problem with votes being well.
Mhm. Yeah, basically
It's the low-level vote rigging of using those fucking
machine.
what do you call them? Counting machines or whatever.
Yeah, voting machines. Yeah,
Voting,
voting.
yes. But that only affects individual districts. But
Huh?
you have this entire mess of individual little things like that that turn the
Huh?
that basically make it impossible for any outside candidates from
Mm-hmm.
outside the system itself to really compete in the elections. Not
Hmm.
only are they shut out of any discussion by default by the media that only pays attention to people who are already inside the
Yeah.
system.
Mm-hmm.
It is part of the
Yeah.
media failure that I spoke of before.
Uh,
And then,
Media bias. I know.
yes,
Hmm.
but it's not that the bias is ideological, it's more that you don't want to pay attention to anybody outside the system because there is no incentive to do so.
Yep.
It's
So it's
also a
basically,
thing about
rigged inside so that everything collapses inside.
yeah, say media as it is conceived of right now is that it has to pay for itself, so to say.
Uh-huh.
So when
So basically, they become the gods, or they become the kings of the government.
uh, partially yes,
Hmm.
but see the when you force a media outlet to
Huh.
pay for itself, which is completely natural in some ways, and I can see completely why the argument would be that it should pay for itself.
Hmm.
But when you do so, you also make it so that the media outlet has to pay attention mostly or even entirely to those
Yeah.
things that make it money, which is, well,
Hmm.
paying attention to those who already have attention paid to them. It's this idol cultural, or what do you call it, celebrity
Yep.
culture.
Hmm.
And that kind of prevents the system itself from allowing new blood to come in to the uh,
Yeah.
politics sphere.
Yep.
And it's all a jumbled mess, really, because
Uh,
I honestly can't separate any of these individual threads from the whole,
uh.
because, well, yeah, sorry, I don't really have
Yeah. So
clear
let's
threads.
get back to the point. I heard that a lot of anti-GG people, they say that if society is so corrupt, then why do you care about Gamergate? Why do you care only about Gamergate and not about the problems around the world?
Ah, but that's the thing. I do care about things other than
Hmm.
Gamergate.
Hmm.
But right now, as I see it, and well, I am somewhat parroting what others have said before.
Huh?
But the reason I support Gamergate and want to
Hmm.
clean up journalism in gaming is because it serves as a platform for us to then move on forward outside the gaming sphere to
Uh-huh.
hopefully begin to fix the endemic problems that we have with media as a whole.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna ask you something about I'm gonna ask you something weird, okay?
Okay?
Have you ever heard about Tumblr?
Yes, I have.
Yeah. What is the problem about Tumblr exactly?
I don't think it's the site itself that's the problem. It's more
Hmm.
like the culture that has uh, formed around it that is the problem. Just
Yeah.
like you might say that 4chan has certain
Problems.
problems associated
Yeah.
with it, but it's really the culture around it
Yeah,
that
yeah.
causes
Because
some of it.
I really, I'm a guy that's idealistic. I really want to set rules in Tumblr, like create a setup like 10 rules, like 10 commandments, except for Tumblr, so that people in Tumblr can be like 8chan a little bit more. Be a little more smart, a little bit less annoying, a little bit less sensitive, stuff like that. Make some rules. Let's assume we're the executive of Tumblr. What is the first rule that we should put in so that they would be less insane and less bad?
Oh, that's a tough one. I really wanted to ask you the same question because I am not sure that there is any single rule that can
Yeah,
change it.
probably first thing is that SGW has to die within Tumblr. They should be blocked out of Tumblr. Any SGWs should be blocked out of Tumblr. Something like that. No discrimination for all. Any discrimination, even feminism and Jews, they do that, then we're gonna put them outside because that is discrimination.
Uh, I doubt that would really work.
Why?
Even if we somehow shut out all the social justice warriors from Tumblr, they would simply find another home. Remember, these guys are loaded with money. They are basically one percenters. What do you call them?
Rich
Trust
people.
fund babies.
Uh,
If even if they were somehow by some miracle shut out of Tumblr, they would simply move elsewhere and start a new
yep.
one or
Yeah, that's
take
what we
over an
should do.
existing.
I think the whole 8chan should cleanse Tumblr for a day. Cleanse Tumblr operation. 8chan. Operation Cleanse Tumblr. That's
Well,
what we should
there
do, I think.
there is actually some level of infiltration into Tumblr's operations going on
No,
right now.
yeah,
I have heard.
we're not in. Tumblr would trying to infiltrate 8chan, but they can't do it. It's stupid.
Yeah, the cultures are such that uh, Tumblr really has a 0% chance of ever truly infiltrating any image board,
Yeah.
simply because the cultures are so.
People. Some arts of Tumblr are beautiful. Some people in Tumblr are very pro GG and very anti SGW. But the problem is that there's this culture where the dominating forces are always the SGWs. I think 8chan should really get into Tumblr and start flexing their muscles, and tell the world the truth.
Well, that's what I was trying
You
to
know, I
say.
mean,
There is an
people say circle
operation.
jerk.
Go on.
No, no, you go on first.
Yeah, I was trying to say that there is an operation going on Tumblr right now.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard rumors of it, and that
Mm.
people have been
Uh-huh.
from HN and elsewhere in GG have been moving in on
Oh,
Tumblr to modify the culture, so to say.
yeah. I mean, I like Homestuck, but that doesn't make me an SGW. I really hope that Latula Red Glare should just come out of the blue and tell the world that she is a pro GGer. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Because she's a girl gamer. Stuff like that. It's a good story. Homestuck, some kind of anime that is that character is a girl gamer. Is a girl gamer. So I just say that I hope somebody can draw like that, draw something, draw girl gamers as pro GG. Because I heard the Tumblr did 3 times and they all fail. They draw like a few characters where they draw characters into anti GG to be against Vivian James, right?
Yeah. I'm not really that familiar with Homestuck or well.
Yeah. Let's just say it's just an anime, a good anime. Okay, let's just say it's
Okay.
just a good anime, and uh, let's just say find characters from animes that play video games and turn them into pro GG. Something like that. That would be great. Great.
Well, not sure how that would help, but
Yeah,
hey,
we need draw fags. We really need draw fags.
facts are cool. I
Yep.
have to admit.
Yeah.
By the way,
Hmm?
completely out of the blue, did you see those insane plans about sending up a satellite?
Yeah. A guy sent up a satellite and he wears shirts with women. That was awesome. That is America 101. Me being a Hong Konger, if I do science, I cannot dress up like that. If I dress up like that, somebody's gonna punch me in the face. We Asians, man. We Asians.
Yeah, that was the Shirtgate incident itself was a rather
Mhm.
sordid reminder for the wider public of why this is important, I
It's
suppose.
like, what the hell, Americans? You got more things to care about. Don't waste your time on this.
Well, yeah, there's
Yeah.
actually a debate going on right now is on whether this is a result of West being uh, too well off for too long, which is
Oh.
why people can pay attention to these idiotic, utterly
Yeah.
nonsensical matters.
Mm,
I'm not so sure if that's the actual cause, but that's the debate people are having.
okay.
Uh,
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 4chan is a dead land, right? 4chan is evil.
well, I don't know about evil, but since Mood betrayed us, I really haven't gone there, so I don't really know. From what I hear, it's gone a little more to shit than it was before.
Oh,
I don't know any
yeah. Because
specifics about
somebody
it.
better go on 4chan and invade the crap out of them. Because if Moot keep doing what he is, people are sooner or later 8chan will replace 4chan, and then there will be no more SGW on 4chan because that deal will be all dying off.
Honestly, I hope that Mood does something extremely stupid soon. Uh, that would kill 4chan off, and
Yeah, we really should make a petition to kill 4chan and support 8chan.
yeah. See,
Yeah.
I kind of want to reunify the community. It's kind of dangerous to have an animals spread like this over two sides, with
Hmm.
some still not willing to give up on 4chan.
Yep.
It's, well,
Mhm.
I'm just worried that it will cause some kind of weird drift down the line. So far it's been pretty good, but, well, I'm not really sure how it will turn out in the long term.
Yeah. I was like people keep making characters about, how Vivian James shall die. But let me tell you, I really want to see I really want to see Madness around. I really want to see I really want to see somebody drawing Vivian James killing off all the other guys. Of course, except Polina, because Polina is sexy. Oh my god, I said it. Polina is sexy. Polina from Pole is sexy.
Is this about the Homestuck thing?
No, no, no. This is about the fan fiction about, GG. There's this character called Vivian
Uh,
James, right?
yeah,
Vivian James had a sister that is the daughter of Pole, right?
okay.
The daughter of Pole. Yeah.
This one I haven't heard of.
Yeah, yeah, but no, no, the girl that dressed up in Nazi clothing, that daughter.
Okay.
No, 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 oh, you know it, right?
No, no, I haven't heard of this before.
Oh shit, man, I gotta show you. I'm gonna show you. I'm so gonna, I gotta send you a link.
Okay.
Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, I really hope I hope somebody else can get in, so the three of us can have like an argument or a fight or something. Oh.
What? Uh,
There's porn. There's like porn on. There's gonna be porn, right? There's gonna be porn for GamerGate, right? Vivian James having sex with Gay Ben.
I think there might be real life porn of it soon, if that
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
seems to
Somebody's gonna make live porn dressing up as Vivian James having sex with Gay Ben and Miyamoto and stuff like that. That is gonna be hilarious.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, yeah. Holy shit. If Vivian James having sex with Gay Ben, that would be epic. You know who Gay Ben is?
yeah, the owner of Steam. Well,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And what about Miyamoto? Miyamoto.
yeah, it's Nintendo's. Was he the
Nintendo.
no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, yeah. Maybe we should enlist all. We should find all the famous game company bosses and then make them have sex with Vivian James, that kind of thing.
I think that would be somewhat gross. But
Oh no, yeah. Of course it's gonna be gross. It's porn. Come on.
well, hmm.
Oh my. Okay, wait a second. I'm so gonna
But
send
if
you
you
the link.
had, uh,
Look here. Here. Have a look.
yeah,
Click the link and you'll see all the different, you know. Somehow somebody trying to be anti-GG, so so they gonna make so they make a game, so they make a blonde version of Vivian James to be anti-GG, but suddenly she became pro-GG and becomes the daughter of Paul. The daughter of Paul. That means she is also the daughter of X. Oh my God, the daughter of Paul and X. That would be epic. Fucking epic. God. What about what about the social justice warrior? What about that airhead, you know? That girl with the hats in the garbage bin?
what?
Yeah. Oh my God, you really doesn't keep track on the fan art, really.
There's too fucking much going on.
Dobson, what?
There's too much going on to keep track of everything.
No. That you have to keep track of the fan art. The fan art will be the truth. Andrew
Is there a,
Dobson.
is there a board dedicated to fan art itself?
Yeah, I like fan art. Fan art is
Yeah,
God.
but do you
Oh
know
my
if there's
God.
any centralized place for that stuff? Because
Yeah,
all I
I
see
know.
of the
Slash
fan art is
Vivian.
the random stuff that is posted on the Gamergate board or
Oh
something.
my God, there's Lillian. Fuck Lillian, man.
Hmm?
Fucking kill. Is somebody make gore where they trying to kill Lillian and Oculus? That would be great. Because no Lillian Woods is one of those anti GG Lillian Woods. The anti GG has their own waifu called Lillian and another one called Oculus.
Okay. Wait, Oculus. What?
Yeah, yeah, Oculus as in Oculus Rift.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oculus. They have like Oculus. I mean, seriously, these two bitches had to be killed off from the society. God damn it.
Uh, wait, has Oculus Rift or its owners had anything to do with Gamergate?
How do Oculus? Because there has been a problem. Some woman saying that Oculus, Oculus should support women, and then shitstorm suddenly come up.
Okay. Do you have any links to this shit?
Wait a second. Oh my God. See the other link for the fan art. Polina, you got Polina, you got Vivian, you also got the airhead Gilda Mars. Okay. Okay, Gilda Mars is a dumb bitch, but you shouldn't kill him off because it's useful. Very, very useful. Very, very good. Ah, man. Today is a really, really good day for a talk. Yeah, I really want. Can you wait?
Yeah.
Shit. I've been, the get in stream, the get in stream link. I'm sending around for people. I'm
Robin
still
can.
sending to others so that next time I really want to have at least 3 people, so that the three of us can talk more stuff. Can gossip the shit out of it.
Yeah. Two people with two people, it kind of tends to end up in well, I
Yeah.
don't know.
I don't know. We got like two. We are 2 people here, but really, I hope there are 3. Yeah, I really
We
hope
could
that
try spamming. We could try spamming on the burgers and fries channel again.
I'm not actually spamming, but I'm just putting it out every once in a while. Every 5 minutes that people text so much things that they cannot find the link. I do that often.
Okay.
I really want to spread it, but I don't know how to turn the stream so that a lot of people come in.
Uh, what?
I mean, let me tell you one thing. I mean, I'm not a gamer, but I support Gamergate because the communism is evil. And I see that there are communists in America. That is pretty sad. And, not just that, but, because I used to like game when I was a kid, and my girlfriend is also supporting Gamergate, although she don't know what it is. She only knows that a lot of women being annoying.
I'm just wondering, is it really the communism part that you have a problem with and not the authoritarian part? Because That's at least the one that I have most
Mhm.
problems with.
What area?
It's not really the communism that much bothers me. It's the authoritarian part. The way these people
Totalitarian, yeah, the totalitarianism of feminists because they're horrible,
they try to,
horrible human beings.
yeah, they try to force themselves into basically everything, even when they have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
It's rather disturbing.
Uh huh. I
I,
mean, yeah,
yeah, go on.
yeah. People don't know what elevator gate is, but I know because I'm an atheist. Ever heard of elevator gate?
Yeah, I heard of that in one of the
Yeah,
stories.
yeah, yeah. Let me tell you,
Was
nobody
it?
fuck with my Richard Dawkins. Nobody fuck with my Richard Dawkins. Seriously, I'm an atheist. Anybody who talk about how evil Richard Dawkins is, I would fucking kill him.
Yeah, Dawkins is well, he's controversial, but I think he's a controversial in a good
Oh my
way.
god, if Polina has a whole name, then what name would she have? Like,
Well,
because let me tell you, because of there's elevator gate, so that I think that there should be also a girl representing atheism. Should that be okay?
ah,
Think
I'm
about it.
just trying to
Elevator.
think of some good ideas for such a character.
Yeah, yeah. Except it's gonna be either it shouldn't be a girl. It should be a boy. So now Polina and Vivian will have a brother now. That wears a
No,
fedora. That
I
wears
think
a
the
fedora.
main point of having the characters be girls is that it kind of not only does it screw with social justice warriors arguments, but it also
Yeah. So
works.
we should
It's
create a
kind of a
character.
feedback loop from the
Oh, we
Japanese
create.
Japanese. Well, I don't know
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you call it.
yeah. You're jacking a waifuism. I know, I know. If it has to be a girl, if atheism, if the atheism HN atheism board has to have a daughter, it has to wear a fedora no matter what. It has to wear a fedora, dress in proper clothing, like a suit and tie and stuff like that. Have white hair and also,
But isn't fedora the uniform of the social justice types?
no. It's gonna be a suit and tie like Richard Dawkins did.
Ah,
The
okay.
suit and tie Richard Dawkins.
Is there any kind of a symbol for atheism?
Hmm? Is there
there
other
any kind
symbol for atheism? You got Richard Dawkins' hair. You got how every single atheist loves to dress in suit and tie. You got
Yeah, but
like their books.
I
They
was
got
wondering
the
like the hair clip that Vivian James has, the
huh?
HN logo.
Oh
HN logo, like that.
because yeah, because think about it. Polina actually does have a hair clip. I think
Yeah,
Polina has Paulina has an 8 hair clip. Paulina has an 8 hair clip, and Vivian James
uh,
has an 8 hair clip. So this daughter has to have an 8 hair clip.
yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that Paulina hair clip the what do you call it the Nazi logo?
Oh. One of them is the Nazi logo. Some other people suggest the infinity symbol of the HN. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, wait a second. I think I'm gonna put this on Reddit. How about that?
Okay.
I am still gonna put this on Reddit. I am
At
still
times
gonna put
like
this
this,
on Reddit because we're gonna blow this up.
at times like this, I really wish I could draw very well, but I don't
Yeah.
have it. I
Yeah,
don't
I
even
really
have
want to
it.
draw. I really want to draw a character wearing a fedora and wear suit and tie and dressing up, like Richard Dawkins clothing, except in a girl.
But I
That'd be
don't even
great.
have a draw pad, so it's kind of difficult to
I'm not a
do it.
draw fag. I'm a programmer fag. I
No,
learned
no, draw
Java.
pad, draw pad. Yeah, you know those well surfaces that you can draw on that are connected with
No,
USB
no,
to the
it doesn't work like
computer.
that because I'm not a draw fag. I'm a programmer fag. I
Yeah,
do
yeah, but
program.
I would need a pad in order to draw something, but I don't even have that. So it's kind of
Online there's a lot of fedoras, you know.
Jonas.
Fedora, you don't even know what a fedora is. Just search
Yeah,
online.
I know what a fedora is, but I'm uncertain what it has to do with the discussion at hand. I'm just
Yeah, what they
commenting
did
on.
the elevator gate. So elevator gate has more to do with coffee. So elevator gate has more to do with coffee than anything else. So I'm really gonna make them like holding a cup of coffee, and in the other hand it's gonna hold the it's gonna one hand it's gonna hold a cup of coffee, right? The other hand holds the the God delusion. So we're gonna make a reference. Okay, I'm putting in Kotaku in action now. Bingo. Done it. Oh yeah.
Do you have a link to it?
What?
Can you link it?
Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh. Holy shit. I'm so gonna. Wait a second. I forgot to type. I'm new to. I'm new to. I'm new to Reddit, so I forgot to type the. Type the thing. Okay. Bingo. Got it. Booyah, booyah. Is it always the fresh ones that go to, is it always the fresh ones that go to Kotaku in action? The new ones always come out on top? Made already.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with Reddit, but I think wasn't Reddit decided by voting what goes where.
Wait a second.
Oh,
I'm gonna type to you I'm gonna type to the link here. Take the website. Have a look.
we have a new guy.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, what's up, Kyle?
I'm doing all right. You guys know who I am, right?
Not much. I don't know much. I come in new to Gamergate after the great news.
Yeah. What's this I hear about this charity thing?
Oh,
I've been involved in this whole thing from the beginning. I only turned pro about 2 weeks ago, so.
Mhm. I like it that there's more and more people pro. Even in Hong Kong, a lot of people don't know Gamergate because in Hong Kong there's no game industry. There's no gaming journalism in Hong Kong. Everything is commercialism instead of journalism. It's all like advertisement after advertisement. Like the whole book is the advertisement, and people buy it. So there's no journalism about it. But nobody dares to talk shit about us in Hong Kong. But what makes us Hong Kong people want to care about it is that living in a country where communism is trying to destroy us. So that's how we care. That's why we care. It's all about anti-corruption.
All right.
Yeah.
I've heard this a lot from people who've been near the Iron Curtain or places like it. They recognize some of the similar stuff that a lot of the anti-Gamergate is alleged to have done. But at the same time, I just want to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
In today's Western democracies, that if that stuff actually happened, it probably wouldn't go down as easily.
Yeah.
So criticism like that, while I understand the emotional side of that, it's at the same time that will never happen here, to the extent at least.
I know. Yeah, because living near the bamboo curtain, in Hong Kong we call it the bamboo curtain between Hong Kong and mainland. It's the same kind of feeling. We have riots because of the communism, and we still riot today. We feel you. We feel you, Gamergate. We feel you.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so what do you do? What do you do as a job? Are you part of the game industry or gaming journalism industry?
Actually, I work at Safeway, but I am writing for 2-stash.com.
Oh.
One of the sites that just declared for Gamergate, and
yep.
Yeah.
Wow, how great of you.
Yeah, well, it's not easy. My career's probably down the shitter from this point forward because of that, so. Which is kind of the problem, you see, right?
Don't worry, we got a lot of supporters. You're gonna be rich, and trust me, I have a big wallet too. I'm a neat. Seriously, I'm a neat. So I don't need to care that much.
Do you mind me asking what made you go for Gamergate?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
My goal for Gamergate basically is just to try and build a new games media that's more ethical, that I'm seeing a lot of the criticism where a lot of this so-called social justice warrior stuff is shoved down through people's throats. I don't agree with that kind of criticism of the games media, but at the same time, I kind of see the point. It's more a problem of game reviews, the selection of which games to review. There's a lot of different things going on. And quite frankly, the snark and condescension of the anti-Gamergate side sort of pushed me over to the other side, because they're really throwing around a lot of accusations that are just horrible things.
Yep.
And they're ruining careers just for the sake of protecting 3 people, basically.
Yep.
Anita Sarkeesian, Zoe Quinn, and Brianna Wu.
Yeah,
And I'm starting to agree with a lot of these people who say that these people need to go, because, quite frankly, they've caused a lot of damage to the industry. But to try and get an anti to agree with you on that is next to impossible. So
I really wonder how many women those anti-Gamergaters have managed to dissuade from entering into the games industry by their screams of misogyny.
oh, that is misogyny, misogyny. Oh, look at the misogyny. But let me tell you, living in Hong Kong, the people here in the mainlanders, they always stream, that is imperialism, imperialism. Keep streaming the same thing, for no reason. Why does
unfortunately, like I said, I'm just going to go back to what Nira Kiskin was saying, or sorry, Niskirin. I'm actually going to be asking like a game industry school recruiter. I'm going to be asking specifics about how many women have the numbers of women who have joined the game design programs and stuff, and see if that's dropped over the past 3 months. If it has, by a significant amount, then we have our proof that this is actually doing significant harm to the industry. I'm going to be asking around a bunch of other schools and trying to get specific numbers. But, yeah, if it's true, then there's no defense against that. What can the anti say? Oh, it's your fault we drove the women out of the industry. Well, apparently it was fine before. And there are problems with the industry. Let's just be frank here. There are problems with representation in the industry. I mean, I'm an Aboriginal. You don't see any games except for maybe Assassin's Creed 3 featuring us. You don't see, until the past couple of years, you didn't see a hell of a lot of games featuring female protagonists. We'll just admit that. But at the same time, it's just a function of market economics. I mean, with the past couple of years, obviously, we've seen a huge influx of minorities and women getting represented in gaming. So the problem was improving itself before Anita came along.
Yeah. Wow. That was great.
I was going to say something, but you basically said everything, so... Sorry.
One of the unfortunate things I'm seeing with Gamergate, and I'm sorry if this assertion kind of like hits you in the wrong way, but I'm not seeing many strong arguments coming from this side. It's like we're just throwing stuff out there, pointing out how badly people are behaving, and it just doesn't stick. The stuff that sticks is the concerns of ethics, the concerns, the real concerns that the damage they're doing to the game industry is outweighing their supposed benefits. And unfortunately, a lot of what we're seeing is just knee-jerk reactions from the Gamergate side. And unfortunately, that is damaging our reach.
Yeah.
I hate to say it.
That and the goddamn infighting between...
Do not care about mainstream.
Celebrities. Fuck that shit.
Fuck the mainstream.
Fuck the mainstream, but also fuck those... I mean, these internet celebrities that try to make Gamergate about them. I mean, what was it? King of Paul and others like him.
King of Paul? What's this problem anyway?
Why the fuck do these people have to do these idiotic stunt moves all the fucking time? Oh yeah, and Robin Getting also. With that review labs shit. God damn it, why do people have to pay attention to this goddamn drama?
I mean, what's the problem? What's the problem with him anyway? I mean, he's a good guy.
Well, yes, but he did some incredibly stupid things.
Tell me.
Like trying to get Gamergate to believe that one of the Gawker editors-in-chief was attempting to sabotage Gamergate from the inside. That was provably false, and unfortunately, it just did a lot of damage. We fell for it.
Is this conspiracy theory, or does he do it on purpose? Is it conspiracy theory and that he's just crazy?
He is one of those guys who is well-intentioned, but like I said, knee-jerk reactions to stuff. So he'll see a bit of news and attempt to magnify it beyond it all possible meaning. But like I said, I see this all the time in Gamergate, and quite frankly, it's starting to worry me to the point where I'm saying, can we actually get anything done?
Wow.
Yeah, lying spaghetti monster really has to kind of step back for a month or two. He has kind of stepped back, what, 3 or 4 times by now, but he doesn't stay away. He's got this weird, what would you call it? Well, he's an attention whore, to put it bluntly.
Attention whore.
We don't need those people. Like, as much as we would like there to be people who are loud for us, at the same time, we're running into the same pitfalls of, oh, this person did something bad. That's easily faked. Like, I know there was this thread yesterday by a person called V. Monroe. He thought he had found proof of Brianna Wu sending a death threat or something to herself, using proof that I debunked within seconds. It was like, it wasn't even funny.
Bunk.
Yeah.
Also, did anyone confirm that Sargon of Akkad stream guy who said that he had received those Freedom of Information Act requests that stated that was it Sarkeesian had sent threats to herself?
Maybe. Let's just wait and see what the facts are. There's no sense throwing accusations around there. I'm
just wondering, because nobody has so far, or at least I haven't seen a confirmation of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see that too, like, because obviously it would throw a big dent. I've actually been in contact with Erong Gianni, author of the infamous Zoe post, and because of the gag order, he's not allowed to actually say anything.
Wait, gag order? What?
Yeah, he got a gag order placed on him by Zoe Quinn. It's actually kind of a shady story.
What is a gag order? Is it like politician trying to put a sock in your mouth?
Basically, that's the gist of it. You're not allowed to say anything, more information about certain events. Courts can place this order on you to protect confidential information, to protect someone's personal life. It can happen sometimes, but
when can she open?
Is anyone? Please don't be recording this. But he has spoken to me about trying to find a way to get the information about Zoe out there. But that is all I will say, because he didn't give me specifics.
Okay. It would be better if you didn't say that, but okay.
Yes, just to give you guys hope.
Yeah. Well, it does help a bit.
I've spoken with him about it, and he definitely wants to get this information out there. But the gag order makes it hard, because he might be thrown in prison if things screw up monumentally. So, and the longer that gag order has probably suppressed some pretty important stuff about Zoe, and unfortunately it's to her benefit, because she is now becoming this I gotta say Hydra, because I used to sympathize with her very heavily, because she was getting attacked very vilely, but at the same time, when she probably should have just stayed out of the fight after that, she keeps involving herself back in.
Seems to have some similarities with they really can't stay away for some reason.
No.
Well, not for some reason.
No, at this point, this conflict has become incredibly personal for both sides.
好啊，咪住你嚟我屋企樓下先啦。我哋不如出去MLC 嗰啲咁啦。MCL 唔係我講呢意思係
Brandon, you're bleeding.
Yeah, Brandon.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. I got my family just called. I had to mute myself, and you two go talk first.
Okay.
Yeah, so because I think someone just left because of that.
Damn. Astral Bane. Who was that?
probably one of the people who follow me on Twitter.
Shame. It would have been nice to have more blood in here.
Yeah.
Wait, so you said you had been in contact with, what was the guy's name again?
Erong Gianni? Yeah.
Erong. How do you even write that?
It's complicated.
I mean,
I'm trying to find this person. 1 second.
yeah, no hurries. I don't think we have anybody here.
Yeah. So, yeah, he didn't give me any specifics because obviously that would be against the gag order. But he is trying. He is definitely trying to get this information about Zoe out there.
Okay.
Who is this new person?
Hello. ODST. The road. Well,
Hey.
hi there. What
Sorry, people.
Okay. You might want to adjust your volume in the control panel too there, Brandon.
Okay, sorry.
Alright, so we're here. We're just talking about this stuff. But I just joined this out of the blue because it showed up on Kotaku in action. I was like, yeah, I want to get some thoughts out there, but
yeah, this is a very small hangout. Mostly we started testing out how this works and started talking about Gamergate.
damn it, my connection is Sargonic. That's why he left.
Sargonic.
Yeah.
So,
So, what I've also another thing I'm noticing about Gamergate is it's starting to branch out. There's a lot. You've heard about the Rolling Stone allegations, obviously. And you've heard about Shirtgate. You've heard about all those different things.
with Rolling Stone allegations, what was that about?
Oh, so Rolling Stone did a huge article on campus rape, and they ended up throwing some wild accusations out there because a woman said she was gang raped, but those allegations were just proven false. As in, she just caused incredible damage to reputations in the university over a false allegation. And because of the similarities in terms of ethical reporting between Gamergate's beef with the game media and mainstream media, obviously Kotaku in Action jumped on it, so now it's kind of funny to watch. Right, ODST, whoever you are?
He's muted himself. I think he's trying to set up his system or something. Just a one question.
Who knows?
What was it?
Oh, god damn it. Hello?
There.
Whoops, sorry, I didn't mute myself again.
Go ahead. It's this whole thing is a mess because the toxicity of this Gamergate versus anti-Gamergate environment is absolutely, it's going to be felt. This is not going away in the next month. It'll probably last well into the next year, and a lot of people are going to be affected by it.
But I don't know really. I'm rather optimistic at this stage. We have kind of made some waves already, and I think it's going to change matters for the better on the long term. You'll just have to plan out these, what do we call it?
That was Mom.
These,
All right, I'll take your word for it. Yeah, so this charity thing, I heard that this stream was set up in response to that. Can anyone fill me in on the specifics of that?
charity. Brandon.
You know, I heard that there's some deep, you know, some kind of porn star or porn manager who was pro GG comes along and say we're pro GG, you know, and then start making porn.
What? No, what I'm hearing. Oh wait, here's some information. Able Gamers Charity denied money donated to it by GG.
What?
Held by the money was supposed to be raised by Mercedes, the porn star. And unfortunately, here's the response to the money. There was no mention of Gamergate in either of your emails, and we feel that was deceptive. While Able Gamers doesn't care what a person's day job is, we have no interest in being linked to a Gamergate stream weaponizing porn. That post on Reddit has made us feel like we are going to be used as pawns in a GG chess move. We are a social justice charity. We volunteer more than 40 hours a week, every week, with no pay to help people with disabilities live better lives.
Yeah.
This event was supposed to be about helping people, not politics. We are going to have to decline your offer to be the beneficiary of your event. Best of luck in your future endeavors.
Well, they're right to refuse the money, but I don't see the point in that.
Does that mean we have porn or we do not have porn?
Okay, so we just have a few porn stars supporting us, and apparently I've heard this from several sources. One of them is going to be producing a Vivian porn. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't exactly agree with that, but whatever. It's not my place to deny these people their fun. But this charity thing is definitely blown up Twitter right now. Apparently Ian Miles Chong just chimed in saying, "Thank you to Able Gamers for denying GG's attempt to weaponize charity."
That guy sucks. Kill him. Kill him. Me being a Hong Konger, I'm telling you, I really want to kill that gangster.
Well, just be careful where...
If he was listening right now, I'm going to tell him, dude, Morty, how fucking asshole, man.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's language like that that's got a lot of us where we are today, so luckily you're not being recorded or anything right now, so...
Oh.
Yeah. It's like I said, people just gotta watch what they say on the internet. It's not hard.
Well, I'm not sure if it's that important. We are going to be hated and aligned anyways. Does it really make that much of a difference if the people have actual, well, substance to their claims?
Yeah, originally I heard that IA were supporting Able Gamers, and now that kind of thing happened. Now Able Gamers totally turned 180.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at that.
Yeah.
Any way to view, just listen to the stream?
Huh?
Is there any way to view this stream elsewhere? Can you give me a link? Post the link in the chat.
Yeah, the link. You can. I thought that you can see the link.
No. I clicked on the Kotaku in action thing.
I already written it on the. Wait a second. I'm gonna send it. Where should I send it to?
Send it on Kotaku in action. Post it under the link that you wrote on there.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for teaching me how to do these things. Because clearly. Oh, wait a sec. I mean, I might be a cursing child, but at least I have a brain of an adult.
Yeah, well.
What I mean by somebody did it already, because I did it on I did it on the IRC so that people can do it on Reddit, you know.
Mhm.
Yep. Is Able Gamer originally is pro GG, now it's anti GG. Now I feel very angry. Why they do this? Like, why?
Well, it's gotten very toxic, this whole media environment.
Yeah, there's no such thing as in Hong Kong. Using Hong Kong attitudes, I would tell you that this is not toxicity. This is definitely not about toxicity. It's about, more about money than anything else, you know. It's about they want to keep their name clean. But Gamergate, does look kind of clean, at least by my personal watch.
What do you mean by
I should probably look into this Google Hangouts thing. Anyways, what I'm focused on in terms of Gamergate 2 is I'm focused on, like I said, reforming the ethical side of media, games media.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing so, I'm thinking of writing an article because one of the main points about anti-Gamergate games media, obviously, is that they write terrible social justice focused reviews. And it's like I said, I don't care about the social justice warrior bent of the Gamergate movement, but at the same time, it's easy to see some of the criticisms of some of these game reviews. You had the infamous Bayonetta 2 review, right, where they basically spent the whole time just decrying the sexism of the game. Then you had game reviews like Tropico 5, where the person complained about being made to feel like a bad person. It was funny.
Yeah,
I was reading it and I was like, can a person really be this stupid? Like playing a game.
That Tropico 5 article was disgraceful. I really don't have any better word for it.
Why Azrael mute himself?
He's probably setting up, so don't worry about it too much.
Well,
just so you know, Azrael, Brandon is sort of new to the Google Hangouts game, and he did start this thing, and I just joined off the cuff, so there we go.
It was the same for me.
Yeah.
I just joined up because he posted a link to the IRC channel.
Okay, I just got to ask a question. Irish or Russian?
Which one?
You.
I'm Finnish.
Oh, Finnish. Okay, so close to Russia.
Oh my God.
Sorry, I was just trying to place the accent.
Yeah, my accent is pretty horrifyingly bad.
oh, I am the Russian dancing man. Oh, yes, the Russian dancing man. Oh, dancing with the purple head. Oh.
I haven't had much experience speaking English. Holy right.
It's alright. It's alright. But, yeah. Obviously, this whole thing is starting to go global because I've heard whispers through the grapevine that Europe has a lot of publications going pro or anti-Gamergate. So it's not just Canada and the United States anymore. So.
From what I understood from discussions on the HN Gamergate board, the major Finnish games publication is silently behind Gamergate. It's been I suppose it's too small on the global scale to be really corrupt. So.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the size of the website doesn't really correlate to the amount of corruption a site has, unfortunately.
Yep. Well, so now Gamergate is in Europe and America. I think it's my job to spread it to Hong Kong, right?
Well, do what you can, obviously, but like you said, there isn't much games media in Hong Kong.
You know, it's all about corruption. This word is gonna blow up. It's either social justice warrior and corruption. These two words is gonna piss people off very large, you know, because Hong Kong is a very anti-social justice, and Hong Kong is anti-corruption, and we have these both. You know, the Umbrella Revolution is all about these two things.
Yes, but it's easy to get wrapped up in, like I said, in the emotions of things. But obviously, the mainstream media has screwed up majorly. Like, they've done some stupid things over the past couple of weeks that, quite frankly, even I'm going like, Jesus Christ, guys, come on. You're supposed to be professionals. You're supposed to be good journalists. You're supposed to be doing stuff a certain way, and you're not doing it. You're just failing at your jobs. And if we can't trust you to deliver information to us in an ethical way, why should we keep reading you? And so on and so forth.
Can you give some specifics on the mainstream media fuck-ups? I don't think
well,
I've heard about it.
Obviously, the Rolling Stone media thing in the past couple of years, you've had the run-up to the Iraq War, you had the entire American media drumming up the case for war against Iraq. You have a lot of... Yeah, you have a lot of stuff going on in traditional media that's less than ethical. And unfortunately, Gamergate is the first place where I've seen significant backlash against this sort of thing. And who knows, like an internet aristocrat said, if we can't reform games media, forget the rest of the world, we're never going to clear up corruption.
Pretty much what I said before.
Baby steps.
Yeah.
Oh!
We get new people all the time, but nobody speaks.
I think the thing to remember too is, like, anywhere we have gamers, we have allies. It's not even so much about like reaching out to the publications or anywhere else. It's like, as long as people are out there that love games, it doesn't matter where you are, just, you know, get them interested in this because it directly affects them.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It's easy to convince them too, obviously, because gamers up until around 10 years ago were really kind of like a persecuted kind of like identity of people. Like maybe not to the same extent, obviously. I'm not trying to equate this to as homosexuals, as trans people, as women. Some would say, but it definitely was a persecuted class of people who were just trying to enjoy a certain hobby, and in the past decade, they've been vilified for that by a growing subset of gaming media who prefer to just lecture people rather than deliver information that gamers want to hear or read.
That's just last decade. I'm old enough to remember the bullshit with Jack Thompson in the 90s.
Hmm.
Bullshit Thompson.
Very similar in some way.
Actually, this kind of relates to Britain right now too, because what we're seeing is a politically correct culture being forced on everybody. Britain, if you don't know, just recently banned its sorry, I
GTA.
gotta find the right. It just recently banned porn production that doesn't
Oh,
conform
yeah.
to specific standards.
What
Wow.
were those
That is
standards anyway?
evil.
I heard about the general.
Yeah. Basically, you can't feature anything that has even more than a hint of violence or bad language. You can't have female ejaculation or anything. It's kind of weird.
What?
Yeah.
That's-
Yeah.
Female ejaculation?
Apparently, women can enjoy themselves in porn,
What the
which is
fuck?
kind of funny. Yeah.
That's
They've gone completely off the rails.
Is it the government in Britain or is
That is
something?
sick. That is sick as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, for those of you who just came in, Brandon lives next to China, so he knows a little bit about.
Just say Hong Kong.
Yeah, he knows a little bit about corruption in media and stuff. So
Yeah, anybody can ask me a question about how they're corrupt. They're corrupt just like, just like video games journalism. Same kind of corruption, same kind of arguments, same kind of, idiocy, and I can't take it anymore.
hmm
If somebody tell me about an argument about how the communists are right, those arguments doesn't stack up just like the feminists. I was like I repeat this on the last stream, on the April stream. I tell them that when I tell tell these white people, these white journalists who come into Hong Kong talk about how that communism is evil. I tell them that communism is evil because their argument doesn't make sense. They're like, yes, you're right. And then I start talking about GG and how it correlates to the corruption in China, how they talk are pretty similar to us. And then he was like, no, their arguments are true. There's like something pretty weird going on in their brains, right?
hmm Well, I've mentioned this in Oliver Campbell's stream when I was on there just a couple days ago. There's a lot of historical examples in the United States. I'm Canadian, but I analyze history, and unfortunately, what's happening right now in Gamergate is similar to what happened in the 1950s to comics due to Frederick Wortham's seduction of the innocent.
Oh yeah, comics code shit.
Yeah.
Comics is sexy. It's flappable.
Yeah, where unfortunately we're seeing elements of that popping in. We're seeing elements of what happened to the prohibitionists in the 1930s in the States as well. There's some elements of that going on, moral panic about something obviously that's like alcohol, right? But it's weird. People honestly don't see these cycles. They think that their feelings are more important than facts on the ground, or certain subjects just shouldn't be touched. Women shouldn't be a certain way. They only have to be perfect angels of morality, or else they're sexist or misogynist or something like that. So they want more female characters, yet the ones we give them apparently aren't in any way good at all. So I don't know what to do. It's like you're caught between a rock and a hard place.
See, the thing is, what they demand of female characters is rather sexist in and of itself. They kind of
the
Instead
big guy
of-
made himself.
instead of the stereotypical, or at least what they claim is stereotypical of males representing females in media, they go for another set of standards, but that new set of standards is completely irrational because it is simply a different kind of a standard with the same. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is that there is no. They try to simply change the set of standards instead of liberating us from the set of standards that constrains art itself.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
I've said this before to people. I'm a feminist in this movement, and I do want to see more women in gaming. But at the same time, what I'm seeing is criticism taken to such laughable extremes that's hard to take anything they say seriously sometimes. It's like, oh, playing this game causes you to become misogynist. And it's like, what? That has no basis in reality. It has no studies supporting it. It's just your facts, it's your opinions, and you're putting it out there and saying, wow, I'm right, and if you criticize me, you're a misogynist because you support these games that are obviously misogynist. Even if the facts on the ground say that's just a tiny part of the game. It may have been a slight screw up. It may be just lazy writing, but it's. I think sexism needs a different term for it if it's not as extreme as what these people are thinking it is. You know, I think sexism needs some more words to define what's going on.
Yeah, basically, it's like the communists saying that if you're not, you know, if you're pro-democracy, then you're anti-China. You're racist and you hate China. You know, that kind of thing.
I see some parallels there, yes.
Yeah.
Do you want to say anything, Azrael, or whoever Big is?
Say again?
Do you want to say something?
Sure. I'm going to say one thing to Brandon real quick. I was going to say, ever since China took over Hong Kong officially, your movies have been nowhere near as good. I love the old Hong Kong movies, the old Hong Kong action movies. They were amazing. And
Hard-boiled?
Hard-boiled, all the Jackie Chan flicks. But after China came in,
don't dare talk about Jackie Chan, because let me tell you, that guy sold himself to the Chinese.
Well, I'm not going to say. Well, yeah, he sold himself, but he acknowledged. If you ever find his interviews, he acknowledges it. You know, he doesn't like undersell it. But like his old movies before he sold himself to China, you know, they were really damn good. And then China came and they put their own narrative on the movies, on the films, on the art, on the culture, and control the masses. And now they have all this discontent in like the Hong Kong youth, you know?
Yeah, it's like destroying Hong Kong. They destroy what traditional is, and that guy says that if Hong Kong, you know, before he got into the Chinese business, he said that Hong Kong has to be free and just. But when he go to mainland and start earning their dosh, you know what he says? He said if Hong Kong doesn't get enslaved by communism, it's unsavable. Hong Kong will be a train wreck. That's what he said in Cantonese. Yeah, I'm not joking.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I analyze history and what's happening in China, obviously, and this is going on a bit of a tangent that's kind of like not related to Gamergate, but at the same time, I just want to say this. We have heard positive reports that China is moving in the right direction, but at the same time, they're trying to keep those old attitudes in place at the same time. So we're going to see something, I think, in the next, 10, 20 years, where the Chinese people simply say enough is enough, and they're going to just move towards full democracy. You see the signs there all the time.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry. Like you can analyze. That's not going to happen. China's entire economic base is based on. Okay, so let's compare India and China. India is a democracy filled with corruption and whatnot, but it's very decentralized. So the reason why India can't be an economic powerhouse that China can be is that when China needs to make a certain national move for their economy, they can make it instantly. They don't have to worry about appeasing some local politician or another governor. They can just do it instantly. With democracy, especially for a country as large as China, you just can't do that. And what China wants right now is not better representation of their people. They want to be the economic powerhouse. They want to beat U.S. and they need to have their what's the word for it? Their free market communism to do that, or free market dictatorship.
Free market capitalism is an extension of democracy in and of itself. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to disagree because the Chinese people have had a taste of things, and they know the internet. They have access to all this stuff. They can get around the censorship wall, from what I'm hearing. They know this stuff. We might see some tail end changes. I might be wrong. Maybe it'll take 50 years, but it's on the right path. I'm hoping. Maybe something big will happen, but here's hoping.
But when I say free market capital, free market dictatorship or communism, I mean on an international scale. That's what I've been meaning. So, but I don't think you can make that analyzation so. I don't want to say lightly because you're not making it lightly, but so casually. That type of transition does not happen so easily. That's what I'm saying about that. Oh yeah, but I think we can all acknowledge that as important as Gamergate is to us, that what's going on in China is so much more serious.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
It's the thing though. People will say, why don't you care about this big thing on the other side of the world and stay video games and stuff?
I do. I spend a lot more time caring about climate change than I do about this stuff, but it's still important to me.
Kind of false.
Yeah.
And, climate change, of course you can care about climate disorder, but I won't call it climate change.
Change. I think we're already fucked. I'm sorry. For climate change. We're already going to be screwed over. Bangladesh is going to be flooded in about 30 years. So, yeah.
What I'm more worried about are if there will be great migrations of people northwards from Southeast Asia as some of the,
yeah, it's going to be the biggest humanitarian crisis within the next. It's going to be the biggest humanitarian crisis of the past 100 years, or of the 100 years, the mass migration. Because the Southeast Asia is the most populated area in the world, and it's also the most susceptible to sea level rises. And the sea level is going to rise, and there's not going to be much we can do to stop it.
It will be quite hilarious, or at least interesting, to see how Russia will deal with China. After all, it's Russia's eastern holdings in the Pacific area are rather vulnerable to, well, a wholesale Chinese invasion. The population density is much lower than in.
Kyle, your mic is blinking. It's like keep on and on and on and off it, on and off of it, something like that.
Oh, that should solve the problem.
Area is going to basically become more habitable as the planet warms overall.
Yeah, but as the planet warms, ecosystems will be torn apart, and and then crops in certain parts of the world won't be feasible. So there'll be so overall it'll be worse. But yeah, some parts will become better.
But locally it might get better, which is the entire point.
In some parts of Russia, yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
But overall, it's going to be much worse.
Yes.
Like,
the point I'm trying to make is that it will drive migrationary pressure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, because after global warming, there's also other problems, like like the whole economy being crashing down because of debt. That thing should be cured of too.
What? I didn't hear that.
The debt crisis, because American debt and European debt doesn't make any sense. It's falling apart.
Okay, the American debt's not a problem. The European debt is a problem, but for different reasons than what most people think. But the American debt is not.
I stand corrected. Maybe we shouldn't have gone on that tangent.
Yeah, we really should.
Yeah, tangent is all messed up. I just want to say one word, and that is that the Chinese culture, it's way too corrupt for rebuilding. Unless we need to scrap the whole Chinese culture and start from square one. And I
burn
think
it all down, so to speak, right?
What you were just saying about economics, you were speaking about monetary
debt.
sovereigns and monetary non-sovereigns, weren't you? The US government is monetarily sovereign, and the European.
It's not that as soluble. It's that the American. So all economies in the world are based off the U.S. dollar. That's what people back up their economies with.
But the American dollar is not backed up by silver or gold. It's
no, American dollar is backed by the American dollar. You see what he knows?
No,
that's what American. That's not
dollar-
really a problem.
Military.
No. All fiat currencies are backed up by taxation.
No, no. Okay. So when you go to another country, they back up their money with the U.S. dollar. It used to be gold. It used to be silver. But when they say
that really doesn't happen in
when
anywhere
the country
near
says their money has value, they say that this is how much U.S. money we have. This is why our money has value.
No,
The thing
that's
is-
only the representation because that's a convention to transfer.
It is a convention, but it is based. Each country bases it on the U.S. dollar.
It's not really based in the way.
That's how it is done, though. It's based off the U.S. dollar. It used to be gold. It used to be silver, but now it's the U.S.
The only reason
dollar.
it seems like that is because
Please
the
let
only
him
reason
talk.
it seems like that is because the U.S. economy is serving as a sort of a product hole for the rest of the planet to produce stuff and then dump it on USA's economy in order to, well, acquire dollars in order to buy more oil. And that is the crucial point of this cycle.
Mm-hmm.
The US dollar itself is not really backing up any currency in and of itself. It is simply a reserve
Yeah,
currency.
basically the feds create money so that they use the money as authority. So they backed up the the U.S. dollar by using the American government and the American military. Nothing else. Nothing else except the the military and the oil industry. That's what Americans do.
Okay, it's a really complicated issue, so let's just say it's really complicated. Okay,
Wow, and just going further. And
I'm sorry.
this is really complicated. So you
It's
can't.
actually about ethics in games journalism.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's
Let's
go
just-
over the game.
But
I'm
just-
sorry.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Wait a second. Can we talk about fan art of Vivian James? Seriously?
Oh yeah,
Alright,
sure.
alright.
Yeah. Because after after Paul and after V has a daughter now, and Paul has a daughter, but since there's a thing called Elevator Gate, I know everybody knows it. Elevator Gate. Where people say that Richard Dawkins has raped. So now I think that even the H Hands Atheism Board deserve to have a daughter too, right?
All I know is Vivian James has kind of like become this symbol, and the fine young capitalists got this symbol like handed to their lap, and I hope they make a great game out of it, and not just some kind of like throwaway kind of like downloadable title, because obviously Vivian James is a cultural kind of like icon already to Gamergate, and
Yeah, she's our Mockingjay.
I do have to note that there is nothing wrong with the game being a downloadable, given that most basically
yeah,
all
of course.
PC
I-
gaming depends on downloadable titles now.
Yeah, I frequent.
All to Vivian James, man. To Vivian James.
Well, yeah, but
Um,
even if the
No,
the
besides
fun young
football.
capitalists, even if the fun young capitalists don't do justice by Vivian James, it's free. It's fair, free use. So anyone can make a game with her, or even a game centered on her.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's this guy called DevVac. He used to make this good game that I support. He's kind of a cool guy. So now the game is already nearly finished.
the one on Dropbox.
Huh?
Is it the one that's on Dropbox?
Yeah, I think it's the one on Dropbox. You know, the one that is a 2D side scroller.
Yeah, I played that. It looks pretty fun. It's like a Metroid thing.
Yeah,
Almost.
yeah. There's this guy called Blockfag that he really hates. That I kind of know him. I kind of know him well because he's a real messed up guy. He kind of pissed off the guy who developed the game in the middle. Yeah, that was that one though, because I like his game too. Sorry for the segue, but somebody.
By the way, talk about interesting stuff. Can you link it in the chat so that we can take a look?
Oh, throw it in the chat.
Yeah, just click on the chat window, and if you have any links to anything, just leave it there and just open in a new tab or something.
Yep.
Azrael, were you about to say something?
I don't know. If they're making a Vivian James game, I would love to see it be like a Streets of Rage style side scroller where it's like all the mini bosses are like all of these people who have been standing against Gamergate. So it's like
Yep.
you get smack Tosh and like uppercut you in the chin and like.
And now they're making a second one. Now other people are making a second one, and they're gonna make it. They're gonna make it a date simulator.
Oh, that's gonna be
The second one is
fucking fun.
a dating simulator, and that is kind of awesome.
Mm-hmm. So, I just want to get back to maybe we can get onto the problem with ethics and games journalism.
Yeah,
it's a funny thing to talk about nowadays because obviously lots of people say you should be caring about more important things. But if the Rolling Stone fiasco taught us anything, media has impact. Gaming media has impact, and for people who deny that and just say, well, why shouldn't we have cultural criticism in games reviews, and why shouldn't we focus on stuff that we find important? Yeah, I understand. Polygon, to a certain extent, I still read their content, and I understand what they want.
Traitor.
I understand, but at the same time, there's a responsibility because gaming industry grew from this tiny centralized group of people who loved technical shit, who loved making games, and it's only recently become mainstream. So they have a responsibility to help the people within this, because the gaming industry is still relatively small. Hardcore gamers are still a relatively small group. Games media has a responsibility to them to relay the information accurately without too much bias, because 100% objectivity is impossible. But they've been failing in that duty for the past couple of years at the very least.
I mean, bias is fine. Just disclosure would be nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as long as they're like, hey, this was my friend, read it with that kind of a slant in mind, sorry. But on that, I mean, we can't really ask
one
too
thing
much.
that I'm kind of, confused about. There is a lot of talk about YouTube and people on YouTube taking over the jobs basically of the old games journalist media.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we try to influence the old media in a way that it would become more ethical. So
Here's the thing. Those traditional games media sites, they know they're losing to YouTube. I had an interesting chat. It was less than maybe 30 seconds with one of the video editors at GameSpot, and he basically said, "Yeah, video is the future. People don't read articles anymore. They just want videos."
Yeah.
See, I think that's a little unfair because the first thing that made me stop going to these sites online was before Mass Effect 3. But I used to be a big IGN fan, 6, 7, maybe even 8 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it got to the point they used to have all these clickbait top 10 lists, and then the final 3 or 2 of them were this weird video. And that just turned me off. They would save the last one for this weird advertisement blocked video. And I actually would go to these sites to read the articles back when they were still halfway decent, halfway interesting. And I read the articles, They were interesting. They were well written sometimes, and I would look for the games. Sometimes they were funny. I would love to read the articles, but most of the articles today just suck.
At the same time, though, I see a historical parallel. Reviews of anything didn't used to have scores up until around maybe 50 years ago. I am trying to research it to find out more about this assertion, but reviews didn't have scores. They were written for educated people, and educated people were not as big or as numerous as they are today. Let's face facts. Modern society is infinitely more educated and just plain smarter than previous generations. But as that audience grew, Okay.
You try to claim that games journalists did not use scores back in the 90s.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just using a historical example. Most reviews of most art forms, like stage, films,
okay.
yeah, books, did not have scores up until around 50 or 40 years ago. They just didn't, and as it happened as a result of public pressure. what I'm relating it to what I said about video is the future is that most public people, as they come into the gaming, I would compare gamers to that educated class. There's just not enough of us to support gaming websites on our own nowadays with the amount of stuff that the public is demanding from them. The public wants to watch videos. They do not want to read articles. This is proven by data. There's a small, hardcore set of people. People want to watch videos.
That
Hmm.
still doesn't answer my primary question. Why are we paying so much attention to the so-called old media? Well, it's kind of weird to call them that. Why are we paying so much attention to these old school journalist sites when
Well, they
most of the
control.
engineers clearly moved
They,
on to the video sites?
they control the perception that people have of gamers. So I watch PBS a lot. I listen to NPR, and I'm a news junkie. Okay, that's what I do. I'm a news junkie, pro public career, pro politics. How the professional journalists get information from industries or areas of information they're not familiar with is that they rely on other journalists or other writers from that area. So the main reason why the media, old school traditional big boy medias are going with this narrative, aside from the fact that it's a really juicy story, is that all the people they would go to for information from on this industry are the people who are in our video game journalism media. That's the only source of information they would rely on, and that's why it's kind of important. Not important, but that's why it concerns us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, that makes
so gamers to me were never in the old Gamers Dead articles. They claimed that gamers were misogynists, they were nerdy, they were antisocial, they were freaks.
Wow.
And yeah, that's what. And so, we gamers are not like that anymore. No, gamers were never like that. Gamers were just like regular people. Always. They weren't better or worse than them. They're just regular people. Regular people have their assholes. Regular people have their misogynists. Regular people have their good guys. And they're trying to that was very infuriating when I read that. But they're controlling that narrative and they can sell a narrative. And because the old boy medias have no one to go to except them, that's why the old media is so comfortable portraying us this one way. You know, so that's what I think it concerns us a little bit that we should have a voice in this.
It's 7707 right now.
If that makes sense. I kind of rambled there.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. I mean, traditional power equals power. Really, people still have power. It's the reason why we have 70-year-old politicians still in the political game. They have power. They have influence.
I don't think it would call it power. I would just call it access or ease, or I would never attribute to malice. What I contribute to just convenience. That's why the politicians stay in power for so long. It's more convenient for people to let them stay in power, and they won't vote against them unless they're in power. It becomes inconvenient for them. That's when people rise up. If it becomes more inconvenient to have the person stay in power than to rise up against them, then they'll let the person stay in power.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, like you said, games media ultimately, in the big scheme of things, yeah, it's not important. But at the same time, people like to come home from work. They like to play games to relax from a hard day's work or something. And to be told that because they do so, because they enjoy certain games, because they talk in a certain way with other people who are also gamers, that they are undesirable.
So basically it's the same as wanking, right?
Sort of, yeah. Sort of. It's people
disagree with that though, because for how large the industry is, we're talking what 80
How
billion,
large?
120 billion a year. It's pretty important. It has eclipsed music. It's eclipsed movies. You know, it's perfectly reasonable to like be asking for like publications to be accountable for what they say, have fact checking, have an ethics policy. You know, I mean, I think that's part of the reason why there was such this pushback instead of just, well, let them burn.
I mean, Rolling Stones is a music publication, isn't it? And look what that can do.
And when all this first started, with all the gamers are dead articles,
it started before that.
Our pushback was us extending a hand and catching them as they went to go fall off the cliff. You know, and each time they take a stab at us, they're slipping further and further away. Like, not let them be, and let YouTubers just be the new standard. So I mean, we've been reading these magazines and these sites for years. You know, so there was at least some kind of loyalty there. That's why there wasn't that's why there was so much hurt over this.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Azure, I think one way to solve your connection issue with this Google Hangout, you should see the Google Hangout like adjust bandwidth bar. Have you?
Bro, you want it to turn to maximum?
No, turn it to low because that improves everything. Because it just relates to video quality.
Done.
Yeah. But
can anyone hear me?
Get to that from my phone.
By the way, does everyone here like the burn it down mentality a lot of people espouse?
What do you mean by burn it down?
I
Like,
mean,
sorry.
There's a couple people. I go on. Surprisingly, it's a lot worse on the KIA than it is on 8chan. But there's always about like there's a good loud minority of people who are just like, fuck these people, fuck them all. We don't need them, and just burn it down, take them down. And they don't. I ascribe more to like the TB or Total Biscuit philosophy, and try to keep going forward, but always be open to talking nicely. Always be open to discussion. Never shout them down. Don't
You're
There
talking
is-
like you're from Raid or I or Hacks or War or CQ. You're like talking like one of those guys.
No, I'm not talking because I don't think that's what those guys. I don't think the genuine guys who say burn it down mean that. I mean the guys who just want these sites to fail. Like the guys like burn it down. We don't want to talk to them. The time is over. The guys who say the time of talking is over. It's those guys.
It kind of is at this point. But,
I don't think it ever is. I don't think in any situation the point of talking is ever over, ever, in any situation.
Well, okay, I'll concede the point.
I don't ascribe to that view, but I understand it. Like people have just reached that point in frustration.
Oh yeah, I understand it completely. That's what happens. That's why I really hate the no discussion that these journalists have put up, because it pushes people to the phrase. It pushes people to the edge. It makes them angry. And that infuriates me because it shouldn't be like this. People should be smarter than that. But yeah, I understand it.
The olive branch, and they've beaten us with it. So it's.
But early on, people like to quote Gandhi a lot. People love to quote. Yeah, early on, if you were part of the Gamergate, people constantly quoted Gandhi, but a lot of people don't really like to follow through. And big part of what Gandhi preaches.
You're talking about MLK and Malcolm X. The difference between Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
No, I'm talking about early on in Gamergate, people would reference and quote Mahatma Gandhi. That was
I think he's talking about where Gamergate would like to be versus where it is.
Yeah, and where it says it would like to be, but then at some points where it isn't.
Yeah.
Where Gamergate is a lot angrier than where it says it is. Mostly justified, but it still can't be that angry. You know what I mean?
I know. It's like Malcolm X versus Martin Luther King. People are being like Malcolm X when they claim they're Martin Luther King.
Yeah, I guess.
Who just opened this camera function?
Niskarin.
I gotta do it. I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah, but I don't agree, obviously, with the burn it all down mentality to a certain point, but I've tried diplomacy. Ow! Can you not do that, please? That actually hurt my ears.
Oh.
messing around and I have no idea what I'm doing.
Just turn it off.
How do I do that?
Just click on a different button in that toolbar.
Okay.
Okay, so, I don't agree with the burn it all down mentality, because if we just support sites that are coming up now, like TechRaptor, like 2-stash.com, like basedgamer.com,
And like William Usher.
if we support them enough, and they're successful enough, they'll eclipse those other sites in time. It takes time to build a successful site. But
I also think
at the same time, I've tried diplomacy, and it just does not work. I've tried having rational conversations with these people, and it just does not work. As much as I would like it to, it just doesn't work.
We're anarchists. We don't need them. They probably
don't say we're like that, okay?
No. I mean, their attitude is gonna be like that. We're anarchists. We don't need yo, you know, like that.
Yeah, but it's still important to have like that table always open. I don't think it's clear that the table is always open. You know, like Total Biscuit had that 1-2 hour discussion with the editor Kotaku, and if we could get more discussions like that, as frustrating as it sometimes is, I think it would benefit the perception on a whole. But right now, the only person who is a bit vigilant to Gamergate that would be able to have those discussions is like Total Biscuits. But that's what I'm saying. We need those open table discussions. We need those just to calm the people down. Because without it, it becomes too much of a we're against them and they're against us mentality, and that's unhealthy for the movement. You know?
Yeah,
Partially, I agree with you, but there is one thing that I am kind of hesitant on giving up, and that is hating Kotaku.
Hate the sin, but not the sinner. Hate the sin, but not the sinner.
No, I do hate the sinners, and, well, yeah. But, for me, personally, what made me really active on GG was the, what do you call it, when they made that article where they attacked Wizard Chan. Do you remember that case?
Yeah, I know Wizard Chan.
Yeah, that was just, that was so underhanded that I no longer can tolerate living on the same planet as that corporation, where that corporation exists, basically.
But at the same time, it's a lot healthier to focus on the sin instead of the person. You know, if you focus on the person, it distracts you from the crime.
You know what? You're right. Yeah, I've been like I just was reacting to some of the negativity of the past weeks. Yeah, there should be a table open. Obviously, we should. To give me some credit here. In the article where our site declared for GameGear, I've specifically made a call to people across the aisle to, if they wanted to sit down and chat, they should chat. But yeah, after sober reflection, yeah, we should definitely try and be diplomatic as possible.
I'm not saying we shouldn't be. I'm not saying we shouldn't be as taking actions against these sites as well. I'm just saying that we shouldn't be making it more clear. It should be just as visible as the boycotts of the day or something. It should be just as there should be on equal levels, like, hey, yeah, we're doing this, but only because you guys aren't coming to the table. We want to talk. We want to have a fair discussion,
Mm-hmm.
But then again, at the same time, because I was in the live stream with Ricky Camarillo, or I was watching it, and that was a shit show, and a lot of people just spill spaghetti, have an idea of what they're talking about, and it's a shame. And so there's always gonna be that one troll who always brings up like, yo, but no, feminist really sucks. Feminism was hijacked, man. And you can't say stupid shit like that because shit doesn't really make sense overall.
Yeah. It's like I've been telling people from the beginning of my involvement, like as a pro. If you're gonna make an argument, back it up. Like, have evidence to back up your assertion. Don't just throw it out into the wind and hope it stands by itself.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why I respect Total Biscuit a lot, because he handles himself spectacularly well when it comes to giving interviews or interviewing someone else or having a civil discussion while still trying to get his point across. At the same time, though, he doesn't want to put all his marbles in in this one basket, so that kind of hurts it as well. And there's not many other people. The only other people who I suspect would be able to have the intelligence to do it is probably the guy who writes those Medium articles, Kane. That guy is insanely smart.
Yeah.
And,
unfortunately, Zoe Quinn has gone after him extensively. She really hates him, and she's labeled him some awful shit.
That guy's really smart. Also,
Yeah,
I would back up Usher more. Not Usher. I mean, Oliver. But I've been in streams with him before, and Oliver's the guy who's like, he's really smart, but sometimes he needs to just shut up and listen to the other side more before he starts. Like, he's the guy who likes the sound of his own voice a little bit, but I don't know.
Yeah, I hate the sound of my own voice, but sometimes shit just needs to be said.
Yeah, but Oliver tends to interrupt the other side too much, and it ends up increasing animosity between the other party and him, and makes it harder. Total Biscuit can control and stop and let it go, let the other person talk. Oliver can't really seem to do that. He has to get his point across first, and if the other person's not getting his point across, he tries to take control of the conversation and makes more animosity. Oliver, when he writes, is a fucking genius, but when he in the stream, the other side gets very antagonized by it. If you guys can see that.
I'll admit I'm guilty of the same sort of thing. Even in this stream, I've been trying to talk, but at the same time,
it's not talking the problem, but
it's an art. It's called being a good interviewer, and sometimes some people just don't have it.
Can anyone hear me by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry, this is my first time being in here. So I've just been listening for a little bit, and I kind of agree with a lot of what you guys are saying, just in regards to having dialogue between the main journalistic sites. I doubt it's going to happen at all, because they're not interested in dialogue. What they want is control.
Yeah,
and even though it's nice of us to go and say we want dialogue, which is important for us, but for them it's detrimental.
Yeah, it's not about having a dialogue, it's about showing that we want to have it. It's about making it absolutely clear, because that's not getting across, What's something across is that there's a bunch of angry people. That is what it is, but there's also a lot more, and we need to get across that, hey, we want to talk, we want our concerns to get across, but no one's coming. No one's coming for an actual discussion. The one time was the Tilo with Total Biscuit.
But that was disingenuous when he came on there. He had absolutely no intention of honestly answering any questions. He was just doing a bit of PR work for himself, saying, we're here, we're trying. But if you listen to it, he was deflecting everything TV was saying. And then TV was just like, I can't, I have to go on to the next question, otherwise it's going to start getting heated up. And I understand what he's done. I mean, the way that TV handled himself was amazing during that interview, but you can tell Stephen is not the logical, honest person that people keep saying he is. He's very much a yellow belly journalist. He's got no intention of being honest, because he's the editor-in-chief, and it looks bad against him if he has to come out and say, all of this shit happened on my watch. I'm sorry. He's not going to come out and say it.
Yeah, my favorite moment of that whole thing was when he said, "That's not how journalism works." I'm like,
Actually, it is, but
I have better journalists than you do. I do it.
By the way, I just want to reiterate, as a news junkie, as much as you guys are angry, and rightfully so, with the sites, for the more established big name news organizations, instead of relying on the organizations, find the writers and the journalists and individually, and find ones you can trust and build trust individually rather than individual sites. It works a little bit well for video game journalism, but it's a really good thing to start doing now, because a lot of people don't do that, and it also, because when people get so angry at these non-gaming related media, they're getting angry with the entire organization instead of with the writer or the reporter responsible. And yeah, some onus is on the organization, but you have to be focusing on the reporter or the writers of the story.
Hmm.
That's how you find good journalism. That's how you build trust. You shouldn't be building trust with organizations. You should be building trust with the writer and the editor, and they're like, oh yeah, this guy's good. I remember what he did.
Yeah.
When you interview people, you must be kind. That was kind of a good thing. So I bet I can be a very good interview person, because I mean, if I eat my drugs, if I take my drugs regularly, I can be very, very happy. You know?
It's not about being kind though. You can still be a dick in an interview, but you have to be civil. You have to be like.
No, because I have like my drugs, and if I don't take them, I can have a very big mood swing. Then I don't, and I take it, and I become very calm, because those are like Eplum and Circle. Those things, it calms me down. So I think I can really try.
Hmm.
I think something might interest you guys is if you are an American, I'm not, but I've seen this on Facebook. There's a newspaper or whatever it's called the New Republic. Now, the former editor-in-chief and a lot of the older editors have actually stepped down because the co-founder of Facebook bought New Republic, and he wants to turn it into a clickbait site, and they've just quit.
Mm-hmm. There are integrity-minded journalists out there.
Yeah.
That's not how journalism works. It's like at the same time that he said that, and at the same time that it does in fact pertain to truth, at the same time there are journalists out there who do not want that to be the way that it works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have it. Actually, there's this thing going on Kotaku Action right now. There's an op meta it's being called. And they're saying on Metacritic, game reviews that they're posted on Metacritic don't have the name of the reviewer on the actual listing on Metacritic, while film reviews do. They just have the name of the site. Yeah, so they're trying to get Metacritic to change that so they have the reviewer on there instead of just the site name, because that will help people build a certain amount of trust with writers instead of with just the sites.
Honestly, Metacritic is kind of a toxic site. It really should not exist at all. I mean, I can kind of understand why it exists, but I really can't understand why people pay any attention to it. It's especially the fact that Steam still has links to Metacritic scores in its game pages, when you can pretty much show that none of those scores have anything to do anymore with how good the game is. So why do people? Why does Steam waste page space and attention of the customers that they have? I don't get it.
Well, Metacritic is a weird kind of like thing in the industry right now. TB obviously is very hostile against it. There's a lot of people who hate that it exists because they feel that reviews shouldn't be tied down to scores. It's a reflection of economics, though. People really do want those scores on there, so it's just a kind of like a sacrifice reviewers have to make nowadays a lot of the times. You'll notice that Kotaku doesn't have any reviews listed on Metacritic because they don't have any scores, and that probably has a real impact on their traffic, and a lot of sites can't absorb that if they're not Kotaku. So
it's really fucked up that the one thing that I think Kotaku does right is that thing, that they don't have scores.
Yeah, well, I'm actually investigating an article. I'm actually trying to put together an article analyzing the problem with modern-day game reviews and stuff. It's a complicated issue. It can't just be distilled down to we shouldn't just use scores because people want scores. So it's weird.
Yeah, I know.
What you need is a metric that doesn't rely on arbitrary numbers to give a review. The problem with having scores is one person's 5 out of 5 is not the same as someone else's 10 out of 10. There was a conversation that I had with my lecturer about review scores, and I opened up saying, look, I think that if a score gets a 10 out of 10, it needs to be perfect. It needs to be functional. It needs to have everything that every player wants. And he said to me, but not everyone believes that. What if 10 out of 10 is simply the perfect experience? I mean, the game can be flawed, but if the person reviewing the game had what he would or she would call the perfect experience, then their 10 out of 10 automatically becomes more different than somebody else's. And because Metacritic tries to like average every score they get, even though every reviewer has a different maximum score. It all ends up becoming a bit of a clusterfuck, honestly. But most people don't care because they're too lazy to actually read a review. They just want the nitty gritty, the short of it, and then that's it.
Yeah, and then they complain that they got burned by a game when it's not like what the score said, right? I had an interesting system in place to counter that sort of thing. I've seen a few game review sites that do that, like Christ Center Gamer or some other sites. But what I had was I had the 5 out of 5 score, but I also had an extra special rating that I would call essential. And I gave that to games across the score spectrum. Beyond Two Souls, one of my favorite games of all time, I gave it a 3.5 out of 5, and I called it essential. Maybe there needs to be a reform of scores, but I rate in categories, and I have extra special rating for games that I truly believe everyone should play regardless of their flaws. Does that mean it's a 10 out of 10? Does that mean it's a 5 out of 5? No. It just means that I think people should play it.
Another thing that has been receiving a lot of discussion over the years with scoring system is the way that it has been is that the scores have been compressing towards the upper end. So that basically nowadays if a game receives lower than 80 score of 80 or so, it's assumed to be total shit, even though if the actual full scale was used, total shit.
Well, the problem is you have sites giving out 10s out of 10s like candy. You have sites giving out such high scores that Metacritic has an entirely different metric to measure game reviews.
IGN.
Like, it's on their Metacritic's about page. Gaming's green starts at like 70. Movies green starts at like 80. Like, it's absurd. Like, people just give out high scores. It's like, well, the game functions, but what else?
Hey, slightly off tangent, but hey, what is everyone's? What are some examples of like real 10 out of 10 games? Like, does anyone have any examples of like any real 10 out of 10 games?
10 out of 10.
Minecraft.
10 out of 10. Moddable, easy to use, easy to learn, all the different kind of things here. It's like perfect.
Like, so Minecraft's perfect.
Yeah, Minecraft is perfect.
Graphics suck.
Oh, Minecraft.
That's the point.
You can basically learn computer programming by using Minecraft.
That's cool.
Yeah, Minecraft is important. Super Mario Brothers, Halo Combat Evolved, Fire Emblem 7 for the Game Boy Advance. I think if I dig deep enough, in the past couple of years, what has been a 10 out of 10 game. Maybe Gone Home. I know a lot of people don't hold that opinion, but I do.
It wasn't really a game though. Like it was decent, but it wasn't really a game.
Which game is this?
Gone Home. It's one that Gamergate has a lot of animosity towards. Unfortunately, it is a game. Like, it's the most bare bones game you can think of. Like, obviously, but if you actually sit down and analyze what's going on with it, it's a game. It's just, yes, it is very bare when compared to other games.
Choose Your Own Adventure book is more of a video game to me than.
I would be highly suspicious.
No, that's the question quest.
That's a very good point. It's the only issue with Gone Home is what does it do more of than the other? In terms of it being a game, I would say it's more of an interactive fiction than it is a game, because it's interactive. You know, it doesn't necessarily make it a game.
My definition of game is very simple. It has to be, there's like 4 kinds of games. The ones that use brains, the ones that use speed, the ones that use art, and the ones that are idle gaming. 4 types.
It's more simple than that. A game is a competition. Okay?
No.
It can be a competition between.
A game is not. A game has. Oh, sorry.
Listen, it doesn't necessarily have to be against another player, another human being. Sometimes it's a competition against a level. Sometimes it's a competition against the author. Sometimes it's a competition. It's a player versus something, or something, or a story. It's not necessarily.
Here's where I have to say that why Gone Home is a game. There actually is some light puzzle elements to it where you have to actually figure out what to do in order to advance the story. I understand why people are saying, to a certain extent, why it's not a great game. but as an experience, I would call it a great experience. Like,
Yeah, but no one would have. If it's a great experience, that's a different thing than it being called a game. You know, you can have a great experience but not be a game.
I think look,
suspicious of anybody trying to play
right,
down
but
on
they didn't.
what a game
Dad has gone home.
I think the
sorry?
thing is,
is a lot of. How should I
someone's
say?
breaking up quite a bit when he's talking.
I think it's Azrael. Yeah, he
Okay.
wanted to say something.
Are you still there, Azrael?
Oh yeah. No, I was
Okay.
saying look at Myst. Like, same type of thing where you're wandering around and you have the game is basically just puzzles and walking, but they somehow managed to do it right. That's still.
But doesn't Myst have a failure state though? Can't you actually lose in Myst? I'm pretty sure you can actually die or something.
No, I think
It's
you
weird.
just-
I've been studying this genre of games for the past year. Gone Home, Dear Esther, Jazz Punk recently, Proteus. It's an interesting genre of games. It's the most
What about
bare
Andy
minimum
Chamber?
sort of game
They
ever.
suck.
Andy Chamber is
Maybe.
awesome.
Maybe
I just-
I'll accept criticism, but it's called emergent exploration, is what I've called it. It's a very specific kind of genre. Journey's part of the genre too, actually. They're very bare bones stuff.
I think the
Being
thing is
bare
that-
bones though is different than not being a game. Like you can still be a bare bones game. Like, I'm not saying Gone Home is bad. I'm just saying it's not a game.
Yeah, I get. What he's saying is, and I have the same thought. I think that a lot of people who develop these things are so gung-ho about calling it a game that they feel that the only way for them to actually receive any attention or any thought about the game is if they call it a game. I don't think we need to call things like Gone Home or anything a game at all, and I don't think it's an insult either. I mean, I think there is an emerging interactive fiction style of media coming out. I mean, it stems from visual novels, and then people want to have interaction with the environment, which I think is fine. I think if someone is willing to develop an interactive fiction in a 3D world where not necessarily the player, but maybe the controller or whatever gets to explore the world, gets to put together the story, I think that's great. But you don't have to feel like if you don't call it a game, nobody's going to care. I think new media is really important. A new way of exploring storytelling is important, but you don't have to rely on old genres or anything like that to get your point across.
hmm Like I said, it's an emerging new genre. It only emerged in the past couple of years.
All right, Kyle, I have a single question. You know what the Oculus Rift is, right?
Yes, I have
Okay.
experienced it.
Yeah. So, what do you call the roller coaster thing? A game on there, or would you not call it a game?
That it's obviously an interesting kind of like argument to be had. Obviously,
Bidding simulator.
what I did with the emergent exploration genre is I looked for the key elements of the genre and looked at games that had all those elements in place. For a roller coaster simulator like that, it would just be a simulator, like pure and simple, because all it's doing is simulating riding a roller coaster. That's its purpose. That's what it's doing. There's this interesting game called Sound Self, if you guys have ever heard of it. Basically, all it does is it generates images from sounds that you make into a microphone. There's lots of different stuff being made, and some of it may not be games, but it's contributing to game culture somehow in some way nonetheless.
And you know who developed that?
Robin Arnott, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I understand your animosity towards the guy, but
it's not.
Oh, I don't
wrong.
hate him. I actually don't hate him. I mean,
yeah.
to be perfectly honest, it's an interesting concept, but I just find it amazing that these type of games that are being I guess you can call them non-games because they're non-traditional games, but a lot of them come from that same crowd.
I know, right? It's kind of interesting. I've actually been looking into that more the past couple of days. It's like all these journalists are claiming, well, the game industry is so small. We need to promote the people that we feel deserve it. And it's like
No.
200 or so people, and they forget that there's like literally thousands of games out there. Like, too many to count. I got invites to like 2 separate conventions while I was in Seattle for PAX Prime. It was insane. The industry is so much bigger than these people are letting on.
But it's funny because these people, what people don't understand is the AAA industry is not the indie industry. Like if when people like Brianna Wu say, "Oh, I'm part of the industry," technically she's not, because she doesn't work in AAA. She doesn't go through the processes of what a AAA dev does, and their way of doing things is so much more different to an indie developer. I mean, I've made my own games myself. I can't call myself I'm part of the industry because technically I'm not. And it's sort of like whenever I hear people, indie developers or whatever, tell me what the industry is, and because I have my lecturer works in the industry himself, so I get things from him all the time. But it's sort of like it's I don't like them telling me what the industry is like when they're not a part of it. Phil Fish I can understand, because Phil Fish was actually in the AAA industry for a bit until he rage quit.
That was hilarious.
You didn't know that? Phil Fish was in the AAA industry and he rage quit over something, and then he went and developed Fez.
Suck my dick, choke on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, let's play word association. We each gonna say a word, and then we gonna make a story. Okay. Hey,
That sounds like fun.
That'd be fun. Okay, I'm gonna say a word first. Phil.
Ugly.
McCracken.
Honestly, Phil Fish made Fez, which I think is a great game. I know a lot of people don't think it is, but
It's a piece of shit.
yeah.
It's Mario, Paper Mario.
Without any enemies, there's no lives, there's no difficulty. It's a baby game.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's very complex.
Wait.
It's not
There's no
complex.
There's a lot more complexity than a lot of people let on, but at the same time, yes, I understand why people don't like it that much. But it's a funny thing. I'm in GG. Yeah, I like a lot of the games that have been sort of a lot of the causes of a lot of what's going on. So that kind of like puts me.
I don't like saying that though. Like saying that the games are the causes. It's the people behind them.
Yeah, the thing is, if these games were getting brought up by their own merit, they'd be fine. But because their friends are shilling them, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Did I really remind you guys that Super Meat Boy is rather a difficult game, but it does not have lives? I don't think you can hold that as a...
Oh yeah, new guy.
Who's new guy? ODST.
Obviously, we're all concerned when, and I think this is GG's main concern, it's just very hard to put into words, when gaming journalists tell us that the game industry is incredibly small, but it demonstrably isn't, and they promote games purely because, yes, certain ideologies are present in the game. It feels disingenuous to a lot of people because they like to hear about fun games over games that perhaps have, just to put it out there, a certain political agenda or something, right?
Yeah, like gender queer, strong trans robots. Yep.
And that is crippled. That is crippled and part black, part Asian.
A game can have those, but the game has to stand up on its own merits, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't sell itself on those things. It's like my problem with Dragon Age and all that is they sell the game on the fact that they have diverse characters, but they're not very well written. It's like,
choose your gender.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like, there's somebody make a cartoon called Training Quest or something, I thought.
Hey, Kyle, quick question.
Yeah.
If Gone Home was written so it would fit, and ended with a straight regular couple who just ran away from home to be together, do you still think it would have been as well received as it was, and as well promoted as it was?
So here's the thing. I like Gone Home because the performances in that game, along with the exploration of the environment, sold me on it. If it weren't for the performances, I don't think it would have been as good.
I'm not talking about the performance, though. I'm not talking about the performance.
Yeah, I know. But it leads up to the main point. Without the performances, it wouldn't have mattered if it was straight or a lesbian couple. It just simply wouldn't have mattered. It just would have been a terrible game. You can see examples of it. Something Awful has this Let's Play series where they play through complete crap PC games. That's the kind of stuff. If Gone Home had elements like that, it would have completely ruined the game. But because it had these amazing performances, it sold the experience. If the couple had been straight and the performances were amazing, it would have sold it. But if the performances were awful, then people wouldn't have stayed for the experience.
I'm sorry. I kind of understand what you're saying. That's not my point at all. My only question is, would it have sold or been promoted or gotten rave reviews if it was a straight couple? I don't really. Do you answer that? If that was the only difference.
Oh, I get it. He's just asking you if, not your opinion of what you thought of the game. Do you think the game would have sold to the general public if people found out that she turned straight or whatever?
Not turned straight, but if she was...
Like, yeah, if she was straight. Yeah. It's sold on its theme.
I honestly, as much as I love the game, I honestly am sort of seeing why people would think that, but no, I don't... Yeah, maybe it did help a little bit. Maybe a lot of gamers were misled by the scores, by the rave review scores or something, but it's definitely an issue with games review media and stuff, so I don't know.
Stop shilling your friends' bloody games for perfect
Yeah,
scores.
really, fuck.
Jeez,
Yeah, it wasn't. I think the sound when the games journalist had a friend who was a sound designer on Gone Home, and she gave it a perfect 10.
Yeah, that was Danielle Rinchet, I think her name is. There's also Leah Alexander is friends with one of them as well, and she gave the game a 10.
Would you rather live in a world with System Shock 2 or Gone Home?
Well, obviously System Shock 2,
yeah.
But
Well, then we're done here, I guess.
Well, that's not really. That's besides the point. I still don't think Gone Home's a game, but whatever.
yeah, whatever. We'll just
Making a
agree to
second
disagree.
one?
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, pretty much. Everyone has their own. That's the thing. There's no perfect philosophy. There's no agreed upon philosophy about making video games. Everybody has their own approach to doing it, and they have their own definition of the word video game. And I think that's totally fine. The problem is,
if it sells and has an audience and people will buy it and support you,
Exactly.
then hey, all the power to you. Just don't hate on other people.
but don't be delusional about what it is. I mean, don't get your friends to give you perfect scores when in reality, Gone Home isn't exactly the most riveting game you've ever played. The story is, in my opinion, plays out like someone from Tumblr wrote it, but...
All right, I understand.
I'll say
But,
this. I think Gone Home was... I don't think Gone Home was well written. I think it was much better written than Depression Quest. But I would still call Depression Quest a game much sooner than I would call Gone Home a game. You know?
Depression Quest is a piece of shit.
Yeah, I think Depression Quest is of much lower. I won't say quality because obviously Depression Quest is a lot more less effort. But
Listen, if you want a game that's actually depressing and it deals with anxiety and PTSD, play Spec Ops: The Line. There you go.
there we go. It's one of the best games ever made.
That's not
That
this one.
sucked so bad. Oh my god. Those big armored dudes, and you have to shoot them in the eye. Because I always play on hard.
Yo, no spoiler then. I'm just start playing it.
They're a normal enemy that you encounter all the time. But it's just, that game has a great story. But I remember watching on G4 Attack of the Show, they were trying to sell the combat. It's like, oh, you've got sass, and you can do all this shit. And it's like, they screwed up so badly on the combat that for me, it takes away from the experience because you're being frustrated by how bad the combat is.
That reminds me,
honestly.
that reminds me of Mass Effect 3, but with the opposite problem. I'm a huge Mass Effect fan, and the story is the centerpiece of Mass Effect. You know, that's what people go back to. World building, story, and holy shit, was the earthquake? Swatting?
What are you doing?
Swatting?
Is that guy masturbating or something?
That is a heck of a fast masturbating session.
Yeah. Well,
It's like he's doing it in a tent.
I have no idea what it is.
Out of 10.
But yeah, so Mass Effect, all the reviews were like across the board, Game of the Year, 10 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10, and they just completely did not mention the end, and it was very noticeable. And that was one of them. That was why people were so angry with the press at first. You know, like, hey, you guys misled us about this game. You know, Bioware misled us. You guys misled us. And then when they said, "Oh no, you're just entitled man babies. You guys just want a happy ending. You know, that's all you want."
I believe that whole fiasco was the root of Gamergate. To be honest,
No,
That's
there's a lot more
that's
than that.
The Ghostman incident is.
like one of the predecessors, because you had all the press just going, "You're entitled for wanting a story that's actually fulfilling."
Exactly one writer who didn't follow the trend. Exactly one writer. That was Eric Kane. a force.
Yep. And they bashed him over it too.
What?
They got angry at him.
Yeah, but
Ben
he
Kuchera had a
took
go
those.
at him. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
saying, but the other thing about Mass Effect 3 that a lot of people that they said that we were entitled and that we were wrong for it wasn't just that it wasn't a happy ending. Like you can have a good ending even if your main character dies. It's called redemption, but it's when the ending completely invalidates everything you've done up until that point, and it's like, and then they go, oh, it's the same ending, just choose your different flavored Kool-Aid. It's terrible writing. It's honestly terrible writing, and the fact I wouldn't blame them for it because if we're honest, they only had 2 years for that game compared to the 3 years that they had for both games.
Pour one out.
But yeah, it's a crappy game.
Yeah, I was put in perspective. I beat Mass Effect 1 about 6 times, Mass Effect 2 about 5, beat 6 times too. I only played Mass Effect 3 once.
Me too. Mass Effect 1 is the best of the series just for atmosphere, but they really dropped the ball. Like, games media in general dropped the ball, and that was the beginning of all this animosity we see towards gaming media nowadays, and it just spiraled into Gamergate. Like, it was going to happen.
Brad Wardell. That and what happened to a Stardock.
Yeah, that was horrific shit. I don't think you know Brandon, but Stardock, the incident with Brad Wardell, he was accused of sexual harassment, and the gaming press openly slandered the guy. Like, they just dove on him. They jumped on him. And they
Especially Jason Schreier, wasn't it? He was the lead.
No, Ben Kuchera.
Yeah, that's it.
Kuchera.
Ben Kuchera.
The more I hear his name, I
It's
just...
my face.
Oh.
Yeah. Ben Kuchera hasn't apologized to him. You want to know why? Because Gamergaters were so mean to him. It's absolutely
he doesn't even like him. He's such a douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, once again, don't focus too much on the individuals like that. Like, focus on the sense. It's better overall. You know,
I think it becomes a problem though when it's the same person making the sins.
So
Like,
list them off, but don't like. It's a lot healthier and makes it much easier to get our point across if we don't mention like, oh yeah, we hate Ben Kuchera. No, mention the things you hate that Ben Kuchera did. It's a lot easier. You know, don't just go.
Honestly, I just want him to apologize, like just for that, but he refuses to.
just say I'm sorry.
Fail state in terms of games journalism for you guys. Like, you know, if the writers themselves obviously have serious like cases of nepotism and cronyism going on, and then you have the editors not doing anything about it, and then if you go above the editor and the CEO won't do anything about it, like at what point do you just light the match and let it go?
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, you know, as frustrating as it is, as much as one-sided and pushed to the edge you are, you always need that table open. You always need to have it open. Okay, you can still do other things while the table is open, but you can never say, okay, it's done. We're done with you guys. You can never say that. Okay, you always have to keep it open. Do other things too. Don't stop, you know, with the vote card. Don't stop getting your message heard. Don't stop going against them. But always keep it open. Never be the person to shut down conversation. Never be the person to say, oh no, they did it first, so we're going to do it now. Okay? Always keep it open. Always be the bigger man. As much as it sucks.
Golden rule. We learned that in school.
I guess.
It doesn't apply if the people you're attacking are cishet shitlords.
Yeah, honestly, I think a lot of them are buying into that argument now because
they're special snowflakes and they need an excuse to blame everyone else for their own failures? Because that's pretty much what it is.
With most of them, you'll notice that they're all failures. Brianna Wu, $200,000 down the drain.
I've been out for a while.
Depression Quest,
you know.
You got a what?
I'm gonna be out for like 2 hours, so you can keep talking, but I won't be here.
Alright.
Bye.
He's sexy.
Gotcha.
He started this Google Hangout, so hopefully he doesn't end it. But anyways, it's a problem. Like, we all agree that it's a problem that they managed to co-opt the mainstream media and call us basically a hate group, which is damaging. Like, I can't tell you how many people I've been hearing about who have lost lots of friends, lots of contacts in the industry just because they support the gamers at Gamergate. Because the mainstream media has managed to successfully, I would argue, paint a lot of us as a hate group because of certain actions or stuff that happens.
It's not necessarily that. They're just selling it, man. Like we need to understand that these people don't look at us and go, "Oh, there's two sides of the story," or "There's only one side of the story." They go, "This is an ongoing issue that we can sell. It makes us money, which is the better angle." Harassment's always going to be better than ethics in games journalism. They don't think it's important, but you know.
Yeah, there is some progress being made. I understand the CBC in Canada is finally taking on board some criticism of them painting Gamergate as harassers. So,
because the ombudsman got on their case. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh, he'll smile. He'll be understanding. He'll talk, but nothing will come out of it.
Probably. But that's what that guy said. He said he said the exact same thing, but he's going to his local parliament member and to bring it up. So we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Hopefully, because CBC is a publicly accountable organization.
Mm. So is the ABC here in Australia, but so it's not like we're going to get through to them now after what happened with our government. But our government's cut funding to the ABC, so they're not going to be willing to listen to us for a while.
Yeah, and Australia is obviously the center of the big GTA 5 controversy at this moment too, eh?
And people don't get this, right? Half the signatures on that bloody petition were from people signing up so they can say something on the bloody petition, because you can't say anything on the petition unless you sign it. And you had a bunch of trolls who wanted to have a go at these people, but they didn't realize that they signed the petition, and that's what happened.
Honestly, that's on them though. Like,
yeah, I know.
They could have had their say elsewhere.
I mean, for us, the problem was we fought for so long to get that R18 plus rating so that we could finally have mature games for adults. And stuff like this is going to completely invalidate all of the work that a lot of people, a lot of businesses put in, because EB Games, who are owned by GameSpot in America, I'm pretty sure, they were pushing it pretty hard as well, because they were advertising, "Oh, did you hear about our push to get the new R18 rating?" And for us, it was brilliant because we could finally have Mortal Kombat in Australia. But it sets a dangerous precedent, because then all of a sudden, any game that's deemed problematic can be taken off the shelves by a bunch of whiny bitches, honestly.
I think you were looking for
it's so
tons.
frustrating.
The word is
I wanted
tons.
to use that word, but I've heard that a lot of Americans don't like that word, so I try not to say it.
What word?
Yeah, fuck it. Who cares?
It's like our second favorite word in Australia.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
It's like our mates different cunts, and we call cunts mates.
Every second word is cunts.
Yeah, pretty much. It's a lot of people say it's not important, but it is important to us in Australia, because we didn't have the ratings that America had. You know, we couldn't get these games even though we wanted to. We finally get it, and now it's being attacked again.
I thought you were going to start talking about how cunts is important to you. It's
is
a staple of our heritage.
It kind of is now, man. You don't say "Hey mate," you go "Oi cunt."
You can't use that word. It's our word.
Oh, Yahtzee19 just uploaded his new Let's Drown Out too. But...
By the way, I'm sorry for appropriating your culture by saying cunt. I'd like to check my privilege.
No, do you know who? It was a Shakespeare word, I'm pretty sure. I think it was Midsummer Night's Dream. That word was used.
Well, obviously, Australia is a British possession, so it came from Britain, right?
Yeah, and Shakespeare had a huge impact on the English language. Like something like half, like something like
cunt,
like 25% of words, and phrases too, and a lot of like idioms. They're sourced to Shakespeare plays. It's if you ever want to like study something interesting, study Shakespeare's effect on language. It's pretty insane.
Mm-hmm. I studied Hamlet in high school, and it's just interesting the stuff that went in there. Like, obviously, this proves that art is important. This is why I'm fighting for video games when I'm part of Gamergate, because art has real impacts down the line. It may not be evident now, it may not be evident for a few years, but it is evident in the stuff that we promote as part of our culture.
Well, you think about like Dada and what that was, which was just a bloody toilet, but they consider it art because it was the lower class citizens that were fed up with the nobles and what they considered art.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I don't think data is particularly important, but you know.
People don't remember. People don't remember little emotional spats between groups of people. They remember the cultural impacts. Culture is immortal, like essentially immortal. They remember that shit. They don't remember why we said what we did back in the day. They remember certain people, yes, but they don't remember why a certain people thought this way, why a group of people thought this way, unless they did some amazingly horrible or awesome thing. Culture is important. This is why we fight this.
Pretty much. Sure. Whatever, I'll give it to you.
Like,
yeah, but like, yeah, for me, it's like the book Lolita. You guys know the book Lolita?
Oh yeah,
Lolita? Yeah.
Lolita, yeah. Lolita, fire my passion, on my light in my soul, fire my loins, whatever. That book is probably one of the, if not the best, one of the best written books of the past 100 years. But that book is a book about a pedophile. That's who the main character is, the pedophile who molests his niece. And it's a thing where what is art, can sometimes like portray terrible things, but at the same time, the art is not a terrible thing.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Book is problematic.
And in today's like PC environment, like people would be having petitions against the author and banning it, but now now that people can respect books as an art form or popular fiction as an art form, it doesn't get any criticism.
Yeah, like 50 Shades of Grey.
50 Shades of Grey was just terrible fucking writing.
The worst thing about that book, though, was how many grammatical errors it had.
The worst thing about that book was how incorrect BDSM was. The guy literally raped her in the book like multiple times. That's what rape is. It's not me saying, "Hey, let's rape." No, he literally raped her. He didn't take her consent or whatever, and it was written.
You have to realize that it is not necessarily fiction. Well, it is fiction, and because it is fiction, it does not have to follow the regular rules of BDSM.
Oh, I'm not saying the book shouldn't portray rape. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that
it's hypocritical for them not to condemn it.
Yeah, it's more like that, and they also try to say like, "Oh, we want a man like his name is like something Grey, right? Christian Grey, I think, or something."
Yeah.
Whatever. They say, "Oh, why can't a real man be like that?" Oh, so you want a real man to rape you? Okay, that's a great message.
That's the thing about the women's fantasy books, right? Is the man is always the most unrealistic human being that you can think of. He's meant to be the perfect mate for a woman, right? But it's okay to have that because it's not sexist at all to have a guy that's rich and he's good looking and he's charming and all these things that you're not normally on your good days, only when you're drunk and you want sex. But when a lot of video games that we have let's face it, video games are predominantly for men because that's the history of it.
They're not for men, but men are the primary consumers.
We are the primary. Yeah. That's why we have a lot of sexualized or sexually objectified women. But I don't think it's wrong to necessarily objectify women in the sense that they not in. Sorry, let me say that again. I think what they.
No, it's fine. They're not fucking real.
Yeah, it's not just that, but we objectify people all the time. It's how we find their qualities and find what we're attracted to. It's only when you portray women as nothing more than useless props or idiots or just MacGuffins or whatever.
Once again,
written female characters.
I'm just going to revert back. If there's an audience for it, and you can make a game that they want to buy, then that's my opinion.
I mean, obviously, you can look at examples from early video games where literally they could not illustrate advanced concepts like personalities and stuff. They just had to rely on the graphics. So you had all those early shoot-'em-ups. Were all those pilots who shot who were men MacGuffins, or were they useless? Was that sexist to portray them in that way, or was it just a demonstration of the technical capacities of the industry at the time?
Literally, my only point is that for old people say there's no well-written female characters, there's no well-written male characters. Writing in video games is shitty. Spec Ops: Alive is the best story in video games. It's still not that good of a story, but it's the best story we got. So there's really no well-written characters in video games. There's like one or two here and there, you know.
And let's not pretend that male characters are actually written well in the first place. A lot of them are just.
That's what I literally just said. Yeah. That's what I literally just said. There's no well-written characters, male or female.
Mm-hmm. It's an extension of gaming. Like, obviously, there's a problem with the writing quality of games.
It's a young industry.
Mm-hmm.
And
we can't keep using that excuse forever. I mean, film had great plots.
But video games have the problem of in today's industry environment of being rushed or pushed a lot more, and the endings are not developed. That's what probably happened to Mass Effect. That's probably happened to a lot of other games where the story doesn't have time to be developed because they're too focused on finishing it within a year and a half to meet deadlines and financial quarter reports. So that's part of it. It's not just not having good enough writers, because there probably are some good enough writers. You know, Ken Levine is a pretty decent writer. He's stuck up his own ass. More than a decent writer. Well, yeah, but he's a little bit too stuck up in his own ass for my own taste. But
really?
he's still a good writer.
How do you get that though? How do you get that sensation that someone is up his own ass?
Okay, that's not writing. It's not necessarily insult. It's more like a playful, like, yeah, he knows how good he is. So we kind of like so. It kind of shows through where it's not the same thing as laziness, but
pretentiousness.
Do you think he relies on his name to sell the story? This story was written by Kevin Levine.
Still, the story is good though for the most part. But it seems that where he can go take the extra mile, he like doesn't need to go or doesn't do it anymore. So it's not necessarily laziness. Also, the concept he tries to tackle concepts that are above, you know, he tries to push into something, but he fails at it.
You mean he pushes into concepts above his understanding?
Or tries to make something about an abstract, or tries to make focus on an abstract notion, and tries to end this game on some type of, like, you know, lofty goal or lofty thing, when it could have been much better served by, you know, more compacted, or not traditional, but what's the right word? He feels like he needs to be better than everyone, but instead of like going an extra mile, he just like, you know, he's like, okay, I'll be like kind of artsy about it. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to assume you're talking about BioShock Infinite.
Yeah, that's pretty much the big one.
I thought as much.
That ending was a bit of a reach, to be honest.
That ending was a plot hole. It didn't make any sense. I don't know if... Have you guys seen Mark's, what's his name, Action Points' breakdown of that game? He's got a video, and he does a very good job explaining why. So if you haven't seen it, check out Action Points' breakdown of BioShock Infinite.
Okay, so
I've seen a lot of breakdowns of BioShock Infinite, because it is one of the most interesting games ever released, in terms of its, a lot of what's going on in it, but, yeah, it did kind of get a bit insane.
It's a good game. It was overhyped, but it was a good game. You know, and the story was interesting and kept me hooked. Ending was kind of a mindfuck that didn't really need to be a mindfuck, but hey, whatever. No,
the problem with that the problem though, you finish first, mate.
Oh, you go.
I was just going to say, if you guys aren't aware of what BioShock Infinite was supposed to be, Elizabeth was actually supposed to be a game mechanic in herself. You were supposed to be able to use her as like a combatant, and when she would use her abilities, she would take damage and she would have to heal, or she'd have to catch a breather. And during that time, you were supposed to protect her. And when you think about it, if you have a character that is all-powerful for like a couple of seconds, and then you have to protect her, it sort of adds to the urgency of your character redeeming himself for his actions before, where he's trying to protect the person that he's escorting out, essentially. But it's also an interesting game mechanic, because in the trailer they show a bloody tank coming through a rip and then shooting people. And I was excited for that, but instead we get hold F to give medipacks or some crap.
Yeah, it was interesting seeing some of the behind-the-scenes footage. Obviously, everyone saw the early concepts for their first teasers that they put out. What BioShock Infinite was supposed to be and what it ended up as is insanely interesting to analyze. But why are we talking about this?
Oh, we're talking
interesting.
talking about writers in the industry. Talking about how writing in the industry is, for the most part, pretty terrible, and
Yeah.
how Ken Levine, who's like probably one of the best writers in the industry, is still, not
Because you
like.
called him an asshole.
I didn't call him an asshole. I called him
No,
like
no, I'm joking.
he likes to smell his own butt a little bit too much.
Okay. So is anyone here a dev then?
I'll say this. I've been studying games development for like 3 years, so I have made a few games, but nothing that I've released. But that's about it. If there's any questions you have, maybe, I don't know.
I might want to pick your brain at a later date. I'll put my Twitter in the chat. Everyone should probably just give me a...
I just want to say though, in my experience, if you really want to get into the game industry, don't bother going to university or anything like that to learn it. Teach yourself. My lecturer, she taught herself how to program when she was 15, and she's 21
I'm
and
already
she's already in America.
I'm obviously a games journalist, or a game writer already. I went to school to make music, and I think I'm somewhat good at it. But I wanted to make music for games, and I figured that was the best way I could get into the industry because I'm not good with engines or coding or anything. So that's what I want to do.
Oh, I'm in a lot of debt because of my my course, and I don't think it was worth it. To be perfectly honest, I reckon I could have taught myself, but I didn't know that at the time, and you live and learn. But I made some good friends, and I'm happy with that. I just think for everyone else who may be listening, who's thinking about it, try and teach yourself as much as you can first. If you feel that you need to go to university or college, I'm not sure how it works in America. Sorry, but if you need a piece of paper.
If I'm American, so if you want advice, if you want to go to game design, don't rely on university to teach it to you. Teach it yourself, but still go to university because
they need degrees. I hear.
Yeah,
how much?
A lot of jobs need degrees.
If you're 100% sure you can do it and you can make a great game, then yeah, fine, fuck college. But I still recommend going to a 2-year or something, because it's a lot more difficult to go to college and get a degree when you're like 25 as opposed to 18, 19, or 20. So I say but I'm rambling now, and I have to go to work. So peace out, y'all.
Nice talking with you.
Yeah, nice meeting you, mate.
Sorry for rambling.
So no, that's cool.
Alright, myself.
Bye. Don't forget to follow me.
Sure.
Like, comment, and subscribe.
Yeah.
That annoys me when they do that at the end of YouTube videos. It's like, we already know it's in our face. We can see the like button. We can see the subscribe button. If we want to, we will subscribe.
Yeah, but at the same time, obviously some videos are sourced elsewhere other than YouTube, and those buttons may not be apparent.
Yeah,
mobile phones have big problems with displaying YouTube functions as well, so it's not a perfect system, but that's how people, and it works. If people ask for subscriptions in the video, it actually works, apparently.
I think we should find a specific topic to talk about, to be honest, so that we can focus our thoughts on things. Actually, can we...
Yeah.
Do you mind if we talk about Able Gamers and what's going on at the moment? Because I've just seen on Taco in Action about Mike is having a crack at them now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not judging him or anything. I just want to know.
Actually, can someone give a good, what do you call it?
Summary?
Rundown?
Summary, yes, of what's going on with Able Gamers.
All right.
It's the first time I'm hearing this.
I gotta dip out too because I gotta be at work at 45 minutes.
All right. Talk to you later. As far as the Able Gamer thing goes, there's a link to that image right there. It'll tell you what the reply was to Mercedes planning on giving her money from her porn event to that charity.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird. And obviously, Twitter is blowing up over this.
When is Twitter not blowing up over the littlest of things? Let's be honest, yeah.
True, that one.
Twitter is stupid. Let's just get that out of the way.
Yeah.
140 characters is simply not enough to have any kind of conversation with anybody.
Yes. And people still try. Okay, so if I want them to understand, Mercedes was going to donate the proceeds to this group called Able Gamers. And if not, Able Gamers is for disabled gamers of all spectrums. The thread reads that someone from Gutsy, of all places, was sending them emails saying that they're being weaponized or some shit. Because if you look at the Gamergate stream weaponizing porn, yeah, fucking idiots. They decided to reject the donation. The only problem I see with this is the donation isn't about you. It's about the people who need the money. So who are you to stand in? It doesn't matter what the reason is. Don't you think that your sensibilities comes in second place to the needs of the people who actually could use the money?
Yeah, but there's an interesting argument. This was raised by Pixie Jenny. I don't know why I follow her on Twitter, but I have her anyways.
Masochist.
But it was an interesting point she did raise, and I'll give her credit for it. There was apparently this charity that was for breastfeeding to help women do safe breastfeeding in Africa, and Nestle produced products that were harmful to that cause, and they tried to donate to this breastfeeding charity, and they denied it because of that. If something is actively working against your cause, it would be kind of weird if you accepted money from that person who was against you. But
Gamergate isn't against donations. It's not against people. And I understand that the mainstream media has painted it that way, but the way that's
the argument they're using.
Yeah, the way that they worded the response, it sounded like they care more about the image of their charity than they do about the people. I mean, swallow your pride and help someone out, for fuck's sake.
Oh, here we go. Someone says Able Gamers might have connections to Digra.
Why wouldn't I be surprised?
Yeah, that's one of the weird conspiracy theories I think Gamergate should just fucking drop.
Well, it's not unusual for Digra to be involved, man. Like, how do you think they network?
But at the same time...
I think people are calling it tinfoily is because it sounds sinister, but if you read some of the studies, it kind of is and it kind of isn't. There's a couple of people on there that legitimately don't touch the gender identity politics. There's one guy on there who's looking at the mechanical effects of games on people. So he's doing an objective study, but yeah, there's a few things from Digra that are concerning. Just the way that they've interacted with Sargon in particular, because you know that all of them follow Sargon.
Yes, I follow Sargon as well.
And a few of them have talked to him.
Digra people follow Sargon.
I don't follow anyone. I don't have Twitter.
It's all right if you're trying to communicate short thoughts. For everything else, for complicated stuff, it's horrible. But I recommend you get a Twitter anyways because it allows you to fire short shots across the bow, so to speak.
It allows you to see a lion, or whatever that term was.
That's such a dumb term. But on the case of Able Gamers, I still think they should have taken the donation. I think it is important for those people to get money that can help them. And in this case, just swallow your pride. We're not using them as a chess piece or anything like that. Believe it or not, there are people that do want to do good, and this is an opportunity for them to motivate themselves to donate.
Well,
how do they detect who gives that money? I mean, how do you filter out Gamergate support for a charity?
It's I don't know. I think it might have to do with the email or something. I believe some laws require someone to declare if they donate to a certain thing. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But an interesting point that keeps getting brought up is in comparisons to Gamergate being a hate group, apparently the KKK donated to charities too, and they were like, hey, we're not bad people because we donate to charities. That's the level of argument that they're stooping to for this in order for it to seem like we're weaponizing charity because we don't want to be seen as a hate group. That's what they're using as an argument. Sickening.
It's a shame, though, because when you think about it, Hot Wheels himself is to say it, I don't want to say it like that, but Hot Wheels is not exactly a able-bodied person. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the reason why that charity was chosen was because of the influence that he's had, a positive influence that he's had on a lot of people, and people just want to just do something nice. It's a shame that we're being relegated to hate mob and that we can't donate because of our affiliation with what is essentially a revolt against shitty people, but it's just how it is, I guess. Just find something new. Just find someone else that we can help, that is willing to let us help them.
Yeah. Honestly, this whole charity thing is a bit of a mess, but you can still donate individually, and you shouldn't have much of a problem. I think what the main problem was like you said, them caring more about the connection to Gamergate than the people that they're trying to help. So
I really
shame.
cannot decipher if it's selfish or not, but well, that's the way it is. By the way, did you guys notice there's something funny going on?
yeah.
Leaking on chat. Apparently, Jimbo has restored the culture of Marxism page on Wikipedia.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty cool.
Because what I saw there was a clear example of the people on Wikipedia going off the rails again, and it's actually getting kind of systemic. I'm actually starting to get worried about Wikipedia.
I wouldn't be too worried about it. You don't ever accept Wikipedia in academia at all, so...
Yeah, well, still.
We got told if we...
Wikipedia is one of the ways it relates to the mainstream media, kind of like corruption angle. Wikipedia is one of the main ways people get information. There's a reason why it's as large as it is. It's because lots of people read it. So if they fuck up with an article or something, that affects the perception of something. And their Gamergate article is really one of the worst things I've ever read. So
nobody can read that. Like, nobody with a critical thinking mind can read the way that it's written and go, this is legit. Because it doesn't read like a proper article. It doesn't read like a encyclopedia entry. It reads more like a 13-year-old throwing a tantrum.
Hey, I can summarize everything about the Gamergate article in the first fucking sentence. The Gamergate controversy began in August 2014 and concerns misogyny and harassment in the video game culture. What the fuck?
Why are you surprised?
All I'll say about Gamergate is it's proven the point that gamers are an identity. Like, people identify as gamers and they're willing to stick up for each other. This whole notion that you shouldn't identify as a gamer, because what is a gamer really is kind of asinine and stuff.
It's a deflection. They're trying to deflect from. They're trying to misdirect you. Because when they ask you, but what is a gamer? It's like, a gamer is anybody who enjoys playing video games. It's that simple. They want to trap you into saying, oh, video games is about us enjoying video games. And then they'll ask you, who's us? They want you to say what they want you to say so that they can justify their position on it. In other words, they're trying to trap you into saying cis white male.
On top of that, there's a thing, it's a strategic thing that you want to divide your opponents in a way. And if you can break down the identity that your opponents have, you can then more easily conquer whatever ground they are holding.
It's divide and conquer.
It's really a shame because a lot of people on the anti-side have gone off the rails saying, what is Gamergate? What are gamers? And they use all these pseudo-intellectual bullshit kind of like things to try and say, well, I guess gamers don't exist. And you heard in Steven Titilla's interview with Total Biscuit, he said, I didn't read that it was insulting gamers. I didn't read it at all.
Of course he's going to say that. He's the bloody editor-in-chief and one of the dickheads who wrote the article.
But it just goes to show what we're up against, right? So
it's sophistry. It's making their argument sound smart when it's not. They're trying to you're trying to convince someone that you're correct. You're not actually speaking with facts. You just want them to believe your bullshit. That's why you hear them say words like problematic so often. They don't even use the word correctly. But it's lost on them.
A real problem. But
that's how I view it. That's how I view Anita in specifics. Is she creates a problem that doesn't exist, and then she sells the solution. That's what her Kickstarter was. I know there's a hidden problem that you didn't know about. It's the patriarchy, but for $160,000, I can cure it. Fucking- People are so dumb these days. I know people went in there with good intentions, but you've got to think about someone who comes up with a concept that most people have never heard before you actually give them money.
Did Anita actually study marketing instead of communications, or after this do the same thing nowadays? Because, quite frankly, her entire bullshit campaign seems to be a massive marketing campaign instead of anything.
Yeah, it's really reading to me. I didn't want to believe it. I still had a lot of sympathy for Anita, Brianna, and Zoe. I still have sympathy for Brianna. Hey, don't twist that word, okay?
I think you mean empathy. I think you empathize with their position, but you don't have sympathy.
Okay, empathy. Okay, I'll say empathy. But I did have a lot of empathy, but right now, Anita and Zoe's, my opinion of them has dropped so catastrophically in the past 2 weeks, it's not funny. Brianna, I still have a shred of hope for. She's gone through a lot, and she's just lashing out at the wrong people.
She's, what was it? She had 2 restraining orders placed against her when she was still, let's get this out of the way, she's transgender, she used to be known as someone else, and back at her university, she had a couple of restraining orders placed against her because she apparently attacked someone. So
I've never actually seen that.
Look up the Blue Jean Bandit if you can, man. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it for you.
By the way, aren't Zoe Queen and Anita Sarkeesian both pseudonyms or fake names or whatever you call that?
Yeah, Zoe Quinn is an interesting case. She obviously had every opportunity to just walk away from this whole thing, and she kept diving back in. In the past week or so, she's doubled down. She's actually committed to fighting this thing to the end. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. She's never going to get a job in this industry again if she tries to apply somewhere because she's too toxic now.
She can still get a job in certain places, but I guarantee you, even if she gets the job, it's going to hurt the company a lot. She's obviously friends with some important people.
Yeah. And half those people who write good stuff about her contribute to her Patreon or are helping her develop her next game. It's funny. This indie click thing, despite all the evidence of the industry being a huge thing, is just... It's hilarious to me now. I see now why people are angry, more than ever. It's just why do this, games media? Why do this? You had so much to celebrate, yet you only choose to celebrate such tiny subsections of gaming that it just kind of makes the whole thing meaningless. It invalidates the effort of everyone who hit the beach with you.
Okay, I found where Bro Team Pill was talking about Brianna Wu, but I can't find the exact post where he says to go look for the Blue Jean Bandit or whatever. What he says is, hang on, let me go up. She's had restraining orders placed against her for losing her shit at a college newspaper for not running her comics. And she also claimed that she used to work for George W. Bush before a bike accident gave her amnesia. This does not sound like the mind of someone who's all there. You know?
Well, like I said...
In this case, it's important to establish who the person is. I know it's unfair to attack the person, but in this case, you kind of have to, because they have a history of being a bullshit artist.
Alright, can you send me that link so I can at least archive it?
Yeah, sure. I'll send you where are we? I am an idiot.
Because I have a huge bookmarked list of archives and sources. That's what I use to write my article on Gamergate.
Which outlet are you writing for?
2-stash.com.
Oh, I know you now. That's good. I came in halfway through because I was out. I have actually read that forum post about
David S. Gallant. Yeah, the prick.
An idiot. He's literally himself in the foot. It's over for him.
Yeah. Why would you do that? It was all for nothing. He found out at the end that he wasn't even able to withhold Steam keys from people. The fucking asshole.
No, because he wanted to be a hero.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious. He thought that if he did that, he would get some cred. There's the forum link to... Oh, hang on. Why is this so poorly formatted, this forum?
Is she really transgender? I thought she was a woman.
I don't want to say her name before. You can just read it. You can Google this stuff. It's not even doxing or whatever the hell. No, people are also getting a little confused about what doxing is, and they're starting to get very defensive about it. If you can Google someone's name, it's fine. Just don't spread every single little piece of their home address, their phone number, and shit to everyone. But you can tell people that this happens. But this is, you just got to read through all this. It's pretty interesting, actually.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of Zoe Quinn, though, she's just... I know we shouldn't really talk about these kind of people, but she is an abuser, and she abused Erin for a long time. And there are a lot of people that have been through that.
Actually, there's an interesting thing to this, and I've been in chats with Erong Gianni himself.
Really? Can he actually talk about this?
He can in private, which is why I'm hopeful no one's recording this.
No, this will get recorded later. Don't.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to get into trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get him in trouble either. But all I'll say is he is working on something. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all I'll say.
I hope so. I know Mike is also working with him, trying to help him out. That's why that Randazza fellow is getting involved as well. Because Mike said that him and Pope Hat are the only two people that he's scared of, which is interesting to say.
Mm-hmm. All I know is if what I'm hearing is true, Zoe Quinn is gonna fall on her own sword so hard that everyone will just denounce her.
I'm not so sure on that, because if you just read the bloody post that Erin put up, you can clearly see that she's abusing him.
Yes, but here's the thing. People have already read the damn thing and they don't come to that conclusion.
And they're just throwing it out the window.
Yeah. So obviously something more concrete is needed, right? I've been in chats with so many aunties who said they've read the post, and I've quizzed them on certain sections just to validate that. And yes, they have read the damn thing. They just don't care.
Fucking hell. It's so frustrating, isn't it?
As tempting as it is to think that, just read the post, you'll understand. They read the post. A lot of people say, I actually saw an interesting comment from an auntie earlier this week who said, have any of the GamerGators actually considered that we've seen the evidence and we don't agree with your stupid fucking position?
Then these people are just being willful cunts. There's nothing else that you can say on the matter. It's very, very clear that she's a manipulative, abusive human being. She plays victim or cries wolf to get what she wants. I think there was a part where she threatened him with her own suicide because he left their hotel room or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fucking hell. But this is the type of person that she is, and she represents this new age of millennial human being where they think that there's these special snowflakes that should be given everything in life. The world owes them everything. But when they fail to achieve what they set out to achieve, instead of taking responsibility and holding themselves accountable, they want someone else to do it. It's got to be someone else's fault. It's not their fault. It's the patriarchy. It's not their fault. It's the industry. It's this person. It's that person. And that's why you see a lot of people, if you've noticed, from the opposition, they are of that mindset. It's like, this person hasn't done anything wrong. It's not their fault. It's your fault, even though you had nothing to do with it.
This is the root of why I joined Gamergate, is the condescension and snark from the other side, basically painting legions of people that I know personally as misogynists, as terrorists, as bad people, just for enjoying certain games. It just sickens me. Like, the people that we are up against, they have all the keys, the cards to the mainstream kind of like traditional centers of power in terms of disseminating information, and they're using it badly.
But
and I can't stand for it.
The thing is, they're so detached from reality that it hurts my head. Like, here's a little interesting thing for you. The top 10 earning female competitive gamers play Dead or Alive 4. In Dead or Alive 4 and Dead or Alive 5. A game that supposedly objectifies women. And it's very heavily populated with women who play that game. I think the top player has earned $50,000 playing that game. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If it was so problematic, if it was so sexist and demeaning to women, why would other women choose Dead or Alive when they could have picked Street Fighter 4, which there's more tournaments for that game? They could have picked Smash Brothers. They could have picked Mortal Kombat. Why Dead or Alive 5?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't know anything about the gaming community, and that's a fact. Like, these journalists, they're so detached from gaming itself. They have their own little bubble, and they want that bubble to expand, but at the cost of everyone else.
To be honest, like, I'm suffering from a lot of medical issues relating to, like, depression and shit. I want to, like, be able to expand, like, the perceptions of gaming to other people. And
Yeah.
honestly, in the past couple months, I've actually not been able to do so because of the medical issues, like I said. But gaming journalists who keep saying that the industry is small, they're just lying. They're willfully lying. They don't want to explore the free games on any service. They don't want to explore the indie service on the Xbox Live Indie Games service. They don't want to explore anything outside of the AAA space or people they already know or contacts they have.
Even in the AAA space, they don't give even attention to everything.
No.
You know, they're only focused on the AAA games that they care about. Like, Dragon Age is getting a ridiculous amount of attention. Shit like, oh, this is the best sex scene ever. No, that scene was so cringeworthy that I turned off the video. They're just making they're blowing smoke up BioWare's ass just to make them happy.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion, by the way. If people enjoy it, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying from me watching it, I just couldn't help but cringe because it didn't seem authentic or anything like that. It felt forced. Yeah, and that ride the bull thing from that, what's his name? The bull dude. Like, you could imagine the voice actor just cringing when he says those words.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with games writing, but I think what games journalists are attempting to do is prop up the superiority of gaming to other mediums when it just isn't there. Sometimes in certain aspects, and that's fine. It's like gaming does have issues. Point them out, but don't prop up something as kind of like an apple when it's actually just a shriveled core.
Pretty much. There's definitely a lot to be desired in video games writing. There's, one of the things is we use traditional writing methods to write video games, like the hero's journey and all that sort of stuff. But sometimes the story you want to tell doesn't translate well with the hero's story. The 12 steps of, this, what is it, 16 steps or however many people expand upon them.
Yeah, the ludonarrative dissonance, that's a valid concept that's been leveled at games. Like, you remember Grand Theft Auto 4, right? The character's anti-death, anti-criminal activities, and yet you can do such insanely horrific things as that character. That just kind of makes the whole point moot.
But that's a problem that we have with video games that you don't have with written media or with movies, because you can control the flow and the pacing of the story yourself. Sometimes what you're doing is an immersion breaker, and it can ruin the story. It's like the locked door in Fallout 3 that's broken, but you need 100 skill to unlock it.
And basically, when you open it, it says "fuck you."
No, yeah. There are a lot of issues with gaming is going through growing pains.
Yes.
It's still relatively new. We've had thousands of years of writing. They've had time to refine it. We need time to refine video games, but all of a sudden we're being pushed along forcibly, without permission, pretty much, to reach this level that we just haven't figured it out yet.
See, the thing is, gaming itself is entirely almost unprecedented, right? Film, when it came about in its early years, all the coverage covering it was basically just relating it to stage because it had a clear predecessor in terms of an artistic medium, right? But video games, they rely on a player to interact with them in order for any meaning to come from it. So in that sense, it's almost entirely unprecedented in the history of art, except maybe music. So
I think it's
hard to critique it.
It's also got to do with the fact that you have an interactive element, and you have to always be mindful of that element because you control it, because you can choose where you go in the story or where you go in the game. Certain aspects of writing don't quite fit, and like I said, it's going through growing pains. It's going to take people a while to figure it out how to do it properly. Some people have done it. System Shock 2 is a great example of a video game that has good gameplay and that has a good story, but not everyone can do it. Otherwise, every game would be a 10 out of 10.
Yeah. In 1 second, I'm just making a bookmark of gaming reviews because actually what I'm doing in order to help out Gamergate is trying to find out, analyze the issue, what's wrong with game reviews. Like, because that's part of the thing that's kicked this whole thing off, the problem with badly written game reviews that force a lot of ideologies and biases onto people.
Well, let's start with that then. Let's think about it. A game review starts with the writer. It starts with the person writing it, and the person that's writing it always comes in with their own personal set of biases. If they can't remove as much of their own bias out of a review, there's your first problem with it. And you can clearly see that with Polygon when they announced that we are a progressive media site. So you're already announcing that every single one of your reviews is heavily biased towards a specific slant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then you've got people that have like review scores, as you said, but there's no industry standard for a review score.
Mm-hmm. Interesting thing, like I was looking at a car review in a free newspaper that gets circulated around Vancouver. Like the car reviews, they're highly technical stuff, right?
Mm.
They focus on a lot of technical aspects and in a lot of terms and in a lot of form, they resemble video game reviews. A lot of the rating comes down to subjective things like comfort and all that sorts of thing. But unlike a lot of game reviews, car reviews allow for technical aspects of the game. A lot of game reviews that I'm seeing just ignore that stuff. It's like, this game has a great story, 10 out of 10. That's it.
Because there's no industry agreed standard. That no one has agreed to a specific review format. And that's another thing that you get with YouTubers. YouTubers have their own way of presenting their information to their audience. You have people like Angry Joe that will wait, a week or two before he puts out a review, and his way of doing it is he mixes comedy. But then when you compare him to Total Biscuit doesn't do comedy, right? He just gives you the facts, he gives you a little bit of his own opinion, and then he says, all right, you make your own decision. So there's just too many ways of doing a review.
Yeah, and obviously, like I was saying earlier, video is the future. Video games don't translate well to writing. It's like it's very, very difficult to translate what a game does with writing. That's why video is so important to video game reviews nowadays. And I think that's why a lot of people rely on them.
I think it's also because people are lazy.
Maybe.
No, really. The customer is very lazy at the moment. They don't want to read a review. A lot of them will just skip through to the final score. You know, TB, I know I use him as an example a lot, but it kind of makes sense because he moved his where he puts the options menu in the video. He used to have them at the front, so it's the first thing he presented to you. He's moved them to the back, and he said my retention rate has increased. People are willing to watch the video for longer before they click off. And it's sort of the same thing with reviews. That's sort of why I don't like their reviews, is because a lot of their reviews is just self-serving bullshit. It's like they wrote the review for themselves so that they can look at it and go, look at how smart I am, look at how eloquent I can be. They say a lot about nothing in their reviews, and it's not helpful. So then people just scroll down to the bottom and go, 5 out of 5. Oh, I should buy that game.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, yes, the consumer has some responsibility, but at the same time, a reviewer can't just ignore their responsibility just because someone might skip over that, what they're saying.
The writer has a responsibility to be able to communicate on a level with the general audience. Don't come out with a dictionary and a thesaurus and then try to write some sort of English dissertation. Just give them the information that they need. Don't be such a pompous jackass over it. give them the fucking information. Tell them what the game is. Just give them a little bit of what you think of it from your perspective, and people won't skip it.
Actually, there's this fun review to read. It's on Forbes. This guy basically called Dark Souls 2 the worst game ever made, and he did it with such... He does exactly what you said. Like, he just... Reading it is a chore. Like, it's fun.
Oh, I know. I had to use one of his... I used that review in one of my assessments, in one of my essays, when I was writing about authorship.
Yeah, it's...
Some people have a... unjustified hate, or just an unnatural hate for certain things that are popular. Like, a lot of people hate Dark Souls and the Soul series because other people talk about how hard it is. Instead of actually playing the game for themselves, they're like, this game is shit because you guys won't shut the fuck up about it. Yeah.
That's basically almost kind of like what people were saying, some of the journalists were saying in the Mass Effect 3 thing. This game is great because you won't shut the fuck up about it.
Exactly. You're all a bunch of entitled babies. That's why this game is awesome.
Mm-hmm. And fucking Lady Alexander, she needs to go. Like, she's the worst of one of those people. She, like, condescends to everyone. She converted me also to pro because she basically bashed autistic people, and I'm autistic.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
Did you read the entire thing, though?
Oh, I fucking did.
How many paragraphs do you think were completely unnecessary, where she just repeated herself with different words?
All of it was unnecessary.
What she said in that review, in that op-ed or whatever, I could have summarized that in 2 paragraphs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean by they like to do these things for themselves. They like to write them because we're not their audience, to be honest. We never are. They are their own audience, and so are their advertisers.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a shame.
But here's the thing. A lot of them make the argument that you are the product.
It's true. No.
Because they sell the product, the avatars. But at the same time, my rebuttal to that would be like, well, then you're just dehumanizing the people who read your articles. You're not taking their concerns into effect because all you care about is advertising. You just admitted that when you say you are the product.
But they don't care. That's what journalism has become. It's the only way that they're going to be able to continue making money is if they treat us like that, if they go for a new business model. And that's the business model that they've chosen. They've chosen clickbait. They've chosen to get as many clicks as possible to sell so that they can make money off of their advertisers. That's why some of them have these ludicrous articles about stupid shit. I think it was Patricia who had that article about if a man kills me online, is that tantamount to rape? I don't think that was one of the... I don't think that was the joke articles that people like to put up of her. I think that was a legitimate article that she wrote.
Oh my God.
Nothing... All she thinks about is rape. But at the same time, she uses it to sell outrage. They're outrage merchants. That's what they are.
Yeah, actually, did you hear about in the past couple days, Kotaku got outed for this guy as a joke. Wrote, I'm now an independent black woman, and submitted it to Kotaku because she looked at the content of the article basically stated, I learned how to drive from Grand Theft Auto 5. And they published it. It's like, it was a year and a half ago that they published it, and only now was it just found out that it was a hoax. It was like, and the content of the article is just absurd. You should read it. It's just like, I am now an independent black woman because I learned how to drive in Grand Theft Auto 5. It was funny. And Stephen Totilo emailed the guy who's the friend of the person who wrote it, and he says, and Stephen Totilo says, I'm disappointed in you. And then the guy wrote back the most awesome rebuttal ever, and basically just said, I'm more disappointed in you, Stephen.
Yeah. There it is. I'm pretty sure this is being broadcast on YouTube as well. If anyone can put that in the YouTube chat as well. That's from Dapper Swine, the guys making Seedscape with Jennifer Dorr.
Yeah.
There is no chat in that YouTube video.
Yeah, there's no chat, but there's comments.
You know what I mean. Just put in the because when the thing is live, it still reads like a chat.
Mm-hmm.
And they can see it. But essentially, dude gets trolled by Dapper Swine's mate, and response is hilarious. You can find it on Dapper Swine's Twitter if you scroll down.
Yeah, I've already retweeted the thing so I can find it easier. Because I can't follow the guy because I reached my follower limit.
But this is what I mean by Stephen Totillo is not an honest human being. He didn't bother to read it. He just cherry-picked what he wanted for it so he could write some self-serving drivel of an article. Because you read the article that Stephen Totillo wrote, and it's as if Stephen's trying to put himself in there as well, saying how much of a good person he is by reporting it.
Mm-hmm.
It's shameful. Absolutely shameful.
Basically, I think Stephen Totillo has admitted that Kotaku is in entertainment rather than the critique business. Which is
They're not
true.
very
I'll give him
entertaining.
credit. I'll give him credit, but yeah.
I stopped reading Kotaku 2011, maybe? A couple years ago. Same with Polygon. I stopped reading Polygon because of their bullshit Diablo 3 review that they gave him. Gave it a 9 out of 10 for a game that I couldn't play for 3 fucking days because I couldn't log in.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the problems with games reviews nowadays. You remember the SimCity debacle, right?
Mm.
Battlefield 4 debacle. All that
The
stuff.
thing with that was because they get a review copy where they play with each other, they never experience those problems.
Yeah.
But when you have a product that your customers can't play or
No,
can't even engage with,
The problem is that it is almost impossible to know beforehand how much or how many customers you are going to get and how much server.
oh no, not with Diablo 3, mate. The amount of people that pre-ordered that thing, I pre-ordered that game back in 2010 at Game before they closed down.
Yeah,
And I
weren't
put
there like
20
something
bucks
like
on
a
it.
million pre-orders?
See, when the
More than that.
journalists play the games, they play it before it is released.
Yeah, that's right.
So they get to play that, the premium experience before the noobs come in, or whatever you call it.
That game is just disappointing in more ways than one. Coming from a really big Diablo 2 fan here, I was so excited for that game. Yeah. They're all of this is symptoms of just bad journalists who don't give a shit about the people. They just want to sell us to their advertisers, and it needs to change.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I honestly don't give a fuck about their jobs, because their job is to cater to us, not to the advertisers. We are the people that go to them and say, can we have a review? What's your opinion about this game? Because we're going to drop money on these fucking games, money that we work hard for. We go to jobs that we fucking hate, and the only thing that keeps us going is coming home and playing video games for some people.
Mm-hmm.
Or for other people who spend hundreds of dollars on the same bloody game. You owe it to them.
It's like they don't value their readers' time is the problem.
Mm.
Like, you value your time, I value my time. When I lose $60, 6 hours of my life that I'll never get back on a crappy game, I have a right to be angry. And quite frankly, if you write a review just because you were friends with one of the people who made the game, or just because it has a certain political bent, and it's just problematic. It really is.
They use that word again.
Yeah. Well, it's true.
It is. In a way, it is.
But obviously, some onus is on the consumer to do some research. But sometimes, some people genuinely do not have any other option. Sometimes they don't have the information they need to be able to make an informed purchase. They just search up a review. They search up multiple reviews, and they all say the same thing. That are wildly out of proportion to what's actually in the game, and then they get burned.
Yeah, at this point, it's up to us.
That's one of the primary reasons why I have started to rely more or less completely on word of mouth on what games I play, with a few exceptions here and there. It's kind of
There's another problem that comes with the reviews and how reliant we are on reviews is how unwilling we are to play demos, and how many companies don't offer a demo so that you can play for yourself before you buy. So like a try before you buy kind of thing.
Yeah, I know this gets brought up sometimes, but Extra Credits did a video on that, and I hate them now because of what they've said. but basically it is it's a financial problem. It's a resource problem when they're making the game. Sometimes demos aren't our priority, but I understand.
yeah.
Yes,
That's true. The problem is they have to make the demo. They don't just take a chunk out. They have to actually create another game out of that, a smaller game, and it takes away from development time. So a lot of them just don't bother with it. That's what a tech demo is. They pull a small group aside for 3 months and say, "We've got a industry event coming up. Can you make something for us?" No, not can you. You have to make a demo for us to show off, and then it either gets trashed or they just don't look at it again. They probably take 1 or 2 assets out of it and then put it into the game. And on the note of extra credits, fuck extra credits. And I mean, from a game design standpoint, don't use them. Because a lot of the things they say are bullshit.
Yeah, there's a lot of their content used to be kind of decent on that front, but they've gone downhill in the past couple of years.
These are the same guys that are advocating splitting up multiplayer and single player and charging you for multiplayer. Even if multiplayer is being worked on at the same time as single player.
Yeah.
You've got to, and if you watch a lot of their content, a lot of what they say is just, it's not accurate enough to describe what they're talking about. Like, there's the video on fighting games, and they talk about how fighting games is like chess, but if you've ever played top-level fighting games, it's not really like chess at all because you don't take turns. It's a lot more complicated than that, but at the same time, it's kind of basic. And fighting games are not all of them are the same. A lot of them are different, even though they get called fighting games. I mean, wrestling is a fighting game. It's a form of fighting game. I mean, I love fighting games, so this is kind of important for me.
Yeah, extra credits is still for some odd reason used in game design courses, from what I'm hearing, because they're used as references. But
so is Ego Raptor, man. During when I was still doing it, or at this place, we watched the sequelitis for Mega Man. And believe it or not, Ego Raptor makes a really good point about what makes Mega Man so good. Because it is a really good game, especially the tutorial level, and the way that they do the tutorial level, the way that they present it to you. So more often than not, don't be surprised if you see a YouTuber with their videos in like universities, especially for game design, because a lot of the time they're accurate. I mean, I'll give credit to extra credits. Some of their videos, very few of them, they can be right about. They're quite accurate about, but most of them I disagree with.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of fluff in there, but I respect it. I respect them for what they've tried to do, but at the same time, they didn't do the research. Like when they condemned Gamergate,
it wasn't about that. They were never going to. You said they have ties to Anita and all that sort of shit. It's not. A lot of people have this idea. Oh, they didn't do the research. No, they just don't give a shit. You're attacking their friend. Like, look at Jim Sterling.
Yeah.
Come on, let's be honest. I used to like the guy a couple of years ago, but because he was very outspoken, that man. If you've gone through his Twitter during 2010, 2011, he didn't pull any punches against anyone. Didn't give a shit. And then something happened, and then
people change, sometimes not for the better.
Considering that his mate Zoe Quinn decided to DCMA Mundane Man, and then he kicks up a stink when Slaughtering Grounds DCMA him. He's like, this is an injustice. Where were you condemning Zoe for doing the exact same fucking thing?
They both did voice work on the same game, Jazzpunk, which I like. Yeah. It's a good game. Like, I don't want to decry Jazzpunk or anything, but they did work on the same game together.
What the hell is Jazzpunk? I should look that up.
I gave it a review on 2-Stash. It's pretty good. It's kind of like Gone Home, except more of an adventure game. It actually has a lot more game elements to it. It's just more comedic bent.
What did they contribute to it? Like voice acting, or did they just review it or something?
From what I understand, they just voice acted, and actually Jim Sterling actually recused himself from reviewing it.
Yeah, that's
because
good.
Of work on there. So.
Jazzpunk is a comedy adventure set in an alternate reality Cold War world, plagued with corporate espionage, cybercrime, and sentient martinis. Sentient martinis. What? Gameplay is inspired by spoof comedy films. Yeah, I get it. I get why they would make this as well. It's the kind of game that they would make. It's about making fun of video games in a way.
It was fun. I loved it. It was pretty good.
Credit given where credit's due. Then I mean, it's the same with Stanley Parable. That's actually quite interesting and quite fun to play. But then it just.
I'm trying to find my review of it. I can't actually find it, which is kind of distressing. But anyways, a lot of people have damaged their credibility in the eyes of a lot of people during this whole mess, and quite frankly, they deserve it. They threw their asses on the fire for, I don't know, empty promises or empty threats from other people in anti-Gamergate. They based their entire basis of being against Gamergate on flimsy lies or half-assed accusations that don't stand up to basic scrutiny. They've dug their own grave, and they shouldn't be surprised when we push them into it.
And they're acting surprised. Why are you getting angry at us for calling you a bunch of misogynistic shitlords? I don't get it. Fucking, I wonder why.
Well, at least this is an opportunity to clear some of the less attractive elements out of the industry.
Yeah.
We'll
see where this
goes. Be able to get rid of all of them. I think there's a lot of them that are entrenched in the industry. We've seen the connections that they have. I think it's just more or less about getting them to stop being such a bunch of dicks about everything. You know, if you want to make your game about some kind of greater social purpose, then do it. But don't tell other people they can't have the games that they want. You know, people still want Call of Duty. People still want rehashed game after game after game.
They should really
So
stop
what?
that guilt tripping of other people simply because others don't like whatever ideologies they might have. It's kind of annoying.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest here. When I was starting out writing for 2-, I wasn't perfect. I did have some weird issues with my writing and stuff and my presentation style, but I improve. If we allow people to improve, then that's good. People will make mistakes. I remember just a few days ago, Georgina Young for Tech Raptor wrote a kind of crappy article, and people called her out on that. She promised to improve. We'll hold her to that.
Which one was that?
The red shirt controversy one.
I think the issue was that she published it before she'd actually heard back from that other woman.
But,
I feel it wasn't the best article, but it wasn't crappy by any stretch of the imagination because there were still important things that needed to be talked about. I think she just needed to reformat and rephrase the way that she said certain things.
Yeah, and she apologized for those mistakes, and she's moving on. But the problem with these anti-people is they're refusing to acknowledge that they're in any way in the wrong, and they refuse to learn from their mistakes. I mean, except for, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I'm giving some credit to Kotaku here. They did update their ethics policy and promised to try and improve at least.
You see, that's one of those things where it's not I don't think it was a genuine attempt. I honestly believe it was just one of those things that they threw in our face and said, but we've got an ethics policy now. Because if you read some of their articles, they've made no fucking attempt at doing it. You know, this is just one of those things. It's great to parade that they changed their ethics policy and that Polygon released their ethics policy and shit like that. But if it's done with dishonesty and disingenuous intentions, then it doesn't count. It's more like an insult than a small victory. If people think that they can take that away as a victory, that's just my opinion on the way that's just the way I see it. The way that I see them releasing those ethics policies, releasing ethics policies from Tech Raptor when they released theirs, Power Gamer when they released theirs, same with Niche Gamer. That is how you address concerns about ethics. That's how you release a statement about ethics. You know, you don't say that you're going to do it and then proceed to act like a shit on Twitter and all that and refuse to acknowledge that you've made mistakes. They need to acknowledge that Grayson's fucking lied. You know,
all the Gamergate pretty much has wanted, what I've gathered, is an apology sometimes. Maybe a disciplining of an employee of one of these sites that wrote some of these blatantly bad articles or reviews or something. Just an apology probably would have gone a long way to diffusing this whole thing, and they refused to do that, and here where we are.
I think it's too far gone at this point. People are getting into that mentality of we need to burn the industry down, and it's. I don't want to be the person to try and dissuade them because I'm not so sure myself anymore. You know, it's gone on for so long that you don't know whether or not you want to save it or burn it. They're not giving you a reason to save it, but at the same time, there are devs out there that genuinely want to give us good games, and I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to piss all over their dreams that they've worked their fucking asses off, pay their debts off to university just to get there.
Mm-hmm.
No,
I mean, I'm in debt too. It's like I want to succeed in life, but if my viewpoint or my piece of art is going to be denied coverage because of my political viewpoints, what does that say about people nowadays? What does that say about the industry that we love? Should we love it?
Just got to try. It's what you do.
For me, it's been completely the other way around, that let it burn down. For several years now, since I've been on V, the general consensus seems to be that the entire industry has to burn down, and I pretty much adopted the same outlook. But over the Gamergate events, I kind of started mellowing out on that particular outlook, so I'm not so sure anymore if I want to burn it all down.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't want like the good writers, because there are good writers on some of these sites. They're just working for less than ideal people. We don't want to become what they are, who advocate for censorship just because we feel like it and all that sorts of stuff. We don't want to be the bad guys, right? But the thing is, we just have to figure out a way to move on without these people if they're not going to change. And that's what building up our own foundations for what media we want is a good thing. TechRaptor, BaseGamer.com, 2-Stash, all these sites that are just making improvements. Even IGN has started making improvements. So good things have come of this. Yeah.
It's better than nothing, though. I'll give them that. In regards to Base Gamer, though, a lot of people are iffy on the fact that they're asking for $50,000. Look, I'll just say, do vote for what you want, but just know that they are trying. It does seem kind of opportunistic for them to, from some people's perspectives, for them to come out and say, we'll do this for a certain amount of money, but what they want to do is, I feel, is perfectly justified. You think about this, so the moment that site goes live, how many people do you think will DDoS the fuck out of that? How many people do you think will attack Base Gamer? They've got to be prepared for this shit, and shit costs money. And I know Drybones, and I think it's important that Drybones is also starting startbutton.net. I don't think we should have one. I think we should have multiple aggregate sites. If you give, because that's the problem with Metacritic. All the power for aggregating is given to them. There's no other site.
Wasn't there another one? I'm trying to remember. Game Rankings, I think it was.
Yeah, but no, that's the problem. No one uses them. We use Metacritic. We need to have multiple sites that are just as visible to each other as they are to the audience, the people that's going to use it.
At the very least, new sites need to be visible on Steam. Otherwise,
I mean, I want Base Gamer to succeed. I want Start Button to succeed. You know, I'm so sick of Metacritic.
Jenny Barrage, if you're hearing this, we want you to succeed. Also, if you're in Vancouver, I'd like to meet you.
Isn't she in Vancouver? Isn't she Canadian?
She is. Yeah, she's Canadian.
Just send her a DM or some shit. I don't know how this crap works.
I will then.
And yeah, if anyone else wants to start blogging or stuff like that, I don't think it's a bad idea to shield yourself on Kotaku in Action or something like that. Not that you're trying to make money, but give us options. I read a lot of blogs and I read a lot of different websites now because of this fiasco. I mean, I've got bloody 8 different like Tech Raptor level stuff, and I've got them all in my bookmarks.
That's the thing, though. They wanted gaming to evolve. They wanted it to become this special sort of thing, the anti-side. They wanted it to be for everyone. In the process, they made it for no one.
And they made it for themselves.
Yeah, they're driving people that they want out because of the stuff they're accusing gamers of, and gamers are in turn rejecting them. So who knows what's going to happen in the next 3 years? All I know is Gamergate is a point of no return. There's no going back to the old ways.
Gamergate is a community now. You've got to look at it this way. Even if everything was to fizzle out, the moment anyone has a problem with it, with the games industry or something, they're just going to come straight to Kotaku in Action. They're going to go straight to 8chan and have a bitch about it, and then Gamergate flares up again. You know, it's not going to go away. They waited too long to deal with it.
Are not going to disappear all of a sudden.
Yeah. I mean, we've proven that we can stick. I mean, we've gotten mad respect from a lot of, I hate to say this, but right-wing kind of like media sites who said you're the first.
Say that. Don't say hate to say it.
Yeah, you're the first people who successfully stood up against social justice warriors. You're the first ones to give them a bloody nose. We respect you for that. It's like apparently we're the first to be able to successfully stand up against this sort of directed rage that they're able to bring against us. So, kudos.
But and just another thing as well, don't treat right-wing like it's a dirty word. Not everyone who's a conservative or anything is a bad person. You know, in Australia, it's not the same. Like, we get all your politics, believe it or not. We have what's called Foxtel here, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, which is our cable. So we get your politics, we get your comedy shows and shit like that. We get Jon Stewart and all that. So we kind of know what's going on, but just because they're left or right, it doesn't make them bad people. You know, it's the actions of those people that matter. You know, if you have I don't judge people because they're left or they're right. You know, I wait until they fuck up and then I go, "You're a bit of a cunt, aren't you, mate?" And that's it. Because I don't want the words like that to become dirty. You know, I'd hate for liberal Democrat to become a dirty word, because they used to stand for something important and righteous. But I have to admit, at the same time, there is a small group of people that identify as being liberal Democrats that play this identity politics, and it's come to my country. We have a party called the Greens, and they are very friendly with people like Jessica Valenti from, what's that stupid place, The Guardian or whatever.
Yeah.
We got one of the Greens senators. He likes to repost a lot of their bullshit from Jezebel and all that. And we're getting your politics into our politics, and it shits me to tears, honestly.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if anything, Gamergate has finally gotten me to consider the other point of view on terms of conservative views. It's like it's interesting. It's almost like anti-Gamergate planned this.
No, they're not that smart. They're just a bunch of whiny pricks.
Yeah, well, they finally opened me up to the fact that, yeah, conservative people want certain things. That doesn't mean they're evil.
I guess you can put that against aggros as well. I mean, I don't think all of them are bad people. I think a lot of them are going with the flow, and they're so caught up in it that they just can't see the shit for what it is. But there are definitely people that are trying to cause harm here. And
big problem with politics being, I don't want to say it's a hotbed or what would you call it, extremely aggravated right now for some reason. All of these ideologies are starting to pop up everywhere.
Yeah, with the new globalized culture that we have as a result of the internet, it's obviously going to be very hard to fight back against that stuff like it used to be in the I hate to say it, good old days. But yeah, internet is global. That means politics are global now. Like the stupid identity politics that we hold dear for some odd reason, instead of enjoying our common humanity and our aspirations for the future. It's infecting everyone right now, and I'm actually kind of disappointed in the future if we're heading that way.
I'll just have to leave that with a my typical spiel that we should kill all ideologies and concentrate on the actual issues, but that's not happen, I know. But, well,
Yeah. I gotta leave in like 10 minutes or so. I gotta finish a game to review it. So, any final thoughts?
also leave soonish, so.
Yeah.
If anyone else wants to join the call, you go. There's a thread up on Kotaku in Action called New Stream on Now. It has a direct link to that. So if you want to join the call, come on.
Yeah.
Come on the call and talk.
Yeah, debate ESP Yoshi. He's a good guy.
Nah, I'm a piece of shit.
There you go.
I'm an asshole. Just yeah,
Well,
come.
at least you're honest.
I think it's good if everyone can just at least express themselves and talk out loud and have someone hear it so that they can get their articulate their own thoughts.
Hmm.
I don't know how to link it, if at all.
This is if a guy from China, from Hong Kong, could start a hangout without knowing at all what to do with it, I think I can start up a new hangout sometime later this week and get everyone to share their thoughts.
Mm.
So I'll probably do that. Wednesday, everybody. Wednesday at noon PST. I'll be hosting a Gamergate stream. There. Hold me to that. Twitter me if I don't hold to that promise.
I'll just suggest this. I think we've kind of just missed a lot of things that we could have been talking about. I think because there is only 3 of us at the moment. But
Yeah.
When you start your next stream, have like a list of things to talk about. Try and
All right.
get a lot of things so that everyone can talk about it. And if there's anything important that we can talk about, we'll do that.
All right. Yeah. I would love to have you on that stream if you're available.
Yeah, sure. Just send me a message through this account or something. I don't have a Twitter at the moment, but I'll set one up.
Excellent. There's my email. Just send me an email and I'll email you back.
Give me a sec. Yeah, no worries, man. I'll send you one from my account.
Yeah. Unless I get scheduled for work, which is very unlikely given that I'm low in seniority, but otherwise, if people, just tweet me or email me and remind me because I have insomnia and shit, and I sleep in and sleep out too much.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
You got work to do anyway, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Have a good day.
Alright, you too, man.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah. I think probably just leave at this point.
Yeah, I think that's better.
I think these streams work better when there are more people, just so that more people can talk and there's a bit more focus.
Well, it was a nice day. 4 hours
Yeah.
apparently.
Yeah, it was nice talking to people. It was the first time I've done this. For the most part, I've just been watching, posting, and emailing and everything else like that. I never really bothered to get on the streams or anything like that, but it's nice to talk to other people about this. And to everyone else, just don't give up. You know, this isn't going away anytime soon. Even if you want to take a break, there's going to be a lot of people like myself who have no lives, and we're going to be here anyway. Okay, go play some video games, go have some fun. Some of this shit can get really depressing really fast. Just, take a break if you need it. We're not going anywhere. You know, if you feel that you need help as well, because I know there are a lot of people that are starting to feel depressed over this, talk to someone. You know, talk to your family or some shit. Anyway, it's nice talking to you, mate. Nice talking to everyone. And take care of yourselves.
See ya.
See ya.